crispy cocoa wafers, and
Good morning, Mr. Musigidi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Chair, this morning we have Warrant Officer Boy Stephen Pakula to testify.
Thank you. Good morning, Warrant Officer.
Morning, Commissioner.
Will you be swearing or affirming?
I'll be swearing.
Please state your full names for the record.
Boy Steve Pakula.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Warrant Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Just for context, Warrant Pakula, so today's proceedings are a sequel of what transpired from yesterday's evidence by Warrant Officer Mahani dealing with the events at Ereton. Warrant Pakula, before you should have a file, and when you look at the spine, it should say a statement and annexed file.
Correct.
And that will be the file of Warrant Officer Pakula. And then you should have 3 other files next to you.
Okay,
How many do you have?
There's only one, the docket and the witness bundle.
That should be fine. The others will come then when we need to make reference to them.
Okay.
And then please go to file, so that will be the main file, the statement file. Go to file, so it will be file 1.
Okay.
And then open on page 1 of that, and you see it makes a reference to your statement. And then if you page over, you will see that there is your statement there, and I want you to go to page 29 of that document, which should contain your signature. In fact, your signature will be at the bottom of 28.
Correct.
Can you confirm that to be your signature?
I can confirm.
And then can you also stand by the contents of your statement?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Warrant Officer, I want you to read the contents of your statement to the record, but before we do that, Chair, flowing from yesterday, if the Chair may allow me, flowing from yesterday, there was a lot of going to and froing between Warrant Officer Mahani about the evidence relating to Warrant Officer Pakula as to what agreement they reached in terms of where to meet and what was expected to happen after that. And I consider it to be fair to the witness to say, let's deal with that right now so that at least that's put aside as to his version, because he was accused at least of saying he was incorrect, or short of saying he's lying to say that the agreement was to meet at Alberton.
Who was lying?
Warrant Mahane accused this particular witness of lying. Hence, I think it's fair for him to clear that outright before we get to the meat of his evidence.
Whether expressly or impliedly, I think Warrant Officer Pakula's statement does deal with it, because he says he waited at Alberton, and it was only after, I think, making a call to establish what was happening that he discovered that Warrant Officer Mohana and the others were still at, is it Ereton?
It's Ereton, essentially.
Yes. So I think it does touch on that.
Yes, no, he
why
wanted
don't you just take him through his statement?
He just wanted to clear that so that at least he's not, because it left him anxious.
I think, I think you can deal with it perhaps more in detail when you get to that part. That is when Warrant Officer Pakula is at Alberton.
Yes,
then
okay.
You can ask whatever questions you want to clarify the position.
Thank you,
Is
Chair.
would that work for you?
It works for me, just that he asked to clear it outright. He was a bit anxious about it.
No, let's
But
just
if
do
the
it.
chair says, let's wait for,
Yeah, let's just do it chronologically.
he'll get a chance to clear his name.
Yes, let's just do it.
Thank you, Chair. And then, Warrant Officer Pakula, can we then go to, you will see that on the numbering we're gonna use, it's on the top right, it's in red.
Yes.
So you then start with, it will be page 2, because page 1, it's a table of contents. Can you then start reading that into the record, Warrant Officer?
Okay. I'm an adult male warrant officer in the South African Police Service, attached to National Investigation Unit, 231 Francis Bar Street, Pretoria. My background and service history. My history in the SAPS began in 2002. Below is a summary of my progress within the ranks of the police and includes various appointments and posts I have served in over the years. I joined the South African Police Service as a student constable working in the Client Service Center at Alberton SAPS. In 2006, I was transferred to the Alberton Detectives Branch, where I performed my duties as a detective, investigating serious and violent crimes. Sorry. In 2008, I joined Jamestown Trio Task Team, responsible for all the investigations relating to house robberies, business robbery, and hijacking cases within the Jamestown cluster. I was transferred to the Gauteng Provincial Investigation Unit in 2011. This is the very same year I was promoted to the rank of a sergeant. My duties were to investigate crimes such as truck hijacking, house robberies, business robberies, car hijackings, and other serious and violent crimes within the Gauteng province. In 2013, I was transferred to the National Investigation Unit at head office in Pretoria. My duties included investigation at national level of blue light robberies, airport following robberies, head office inquiry files, and high-profile cases as determined by the Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, the Deputy National Commissioner, and the Divisional Commissioner, and the political leaders. In 2015, I was promoted to a rank of a warrant officer at cross-border operations. My duties included the execution of joint cross-border operations, bilateral and internal disruptive operations within the SAPCO, Southern African Regional Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization, region. Investigate inquiries or dockets regarding stolen and or illegal firearms, theft of motor vehicles, drugs, cyber crimes, and other cross-border related crimes. In 2019, I was transferred back to the National Investigation Unit Detective Service, head office in Pretoria, where I'm still stationed till today. Tertiary studies, I obtained the higher certificate in forensic investigation from the University of Western Cape in 2014. I completed a National Diploma in Law from University of South Africa in 2020.
Warrant Officer, before you move on to the events of Ereton on the 9th of July, can you maybe share your particular experience with the Commission, if any, when dealing specifically with drug-related busts?
If I may ask, what the experience in
So it will be in twofold. Have you experienced or attended drug busts? And also, have you at least assisted with crime scene management in those specific circumstances?
Yes, I can say I investigated drugs cases, but however, I was not.
Rover, here. Come here, boy. I'll be right back. Good, Rover. Come on, sit. Okay, let's go home. Rover! Rover, stop! Rover, what are you doing? Rover! Will you stop that, Rover? Oh, you silly dog!
Personnel in
No, I obviously was involved as an investigating officer at a later stage. And like I said, some of the drug bust was not as big as that. So like having information about drugs in a certain, maybe 5 packets or so, 5 kilograms or so. That was the investigation that I was involved in.
Okay, thank you, Warrant. Warrant, can we then move to paragraph 4, and the heading is Eratin drug bust on the 9th of July 2021.
On Friday, 9 July 2021, around 7:37 in the morning, I was at home working remotely when I received a call on my state cell phone from Warrant Officer Mohana. I know Warrant Officer Mohana since 2002. We both worked at Alberton SAPS, but at different units. We eventually started interacting more often when Warrant Officer Mohana left and joined Crime Intelligence at Zongizizwe SAPS. At that time, I was working at Serious and Violent Crimes Unit still in Alberton, tracing suspects, and Warrant Officer Mohana would task his informers in Katlehong, Thokoza, and Vosloorus to assist in identifying and arresting perpetrators. So when I left Alberton SAPS for different units such as Germiston Trio Task Team, Gauteng Provincial Unit, Cross-Border Operations, I continued working with him and tasking Warrant Officer Mohana for information that could lead to arrest of those perpetrators or suspects. On that particular day, the 9th July 2021, Warrant Officer Mohana informed me that he was following up on information about the drugs and that he needed backup. Warrant Officer Mohana further informed me he tried to contact other police officers who were either not in Gauteng or their cell phones were off. He asked whether I'm home or at work already, and I said I'm still at home. I then informed Warrant Officer Mohana that I will come assist once I'm done preparing myself. He informed me that they were in Alberton area and there is a possibility they will be going to the receiver of the cargo in Araten. I asked Warrant Officer Mohana to keep me updated. While still at home, I received a call again from Warrant Officer Mohana informing me that he suspects the information might be positive as they were now in Araten and had opened the container already. He said there were black bags falling out of the container. I immediately contacted Colonel Sipungu and informed him that there is a member from Crime Intelligence who needs assistance on information about drugs which were found in a container. And I asked for permission to go assist, and it was granted. Commissioners, if I may, I don't know if it's the opportune time to address the issue, because I heard it was related that Colonel Sipungu was on leave, and I phoned him while he was on leave. So, the Monday, I was also on leave, and I only reported at work on the Monday before the arrest on Friday. So I didn't know who was working at that time and everything. And because I was working remotely at home, I didn't know whether Colonel Sipungu was on leave or not. So my call to him, it was just spontaneous, like because as my commander. So I just wanted to place that on record. Yes. So Colonel Sipungu informed me that I should get another member to assist me. I contacted Captain Midupi, who was on the same rotation group as mine. I then briefed him and asked if he's available to come and assist. Captain Midupi agreed to come and assist. I told him to meet in Alberton, as initially agreed with Warrant Officer Mohana that they will be bringing the truck and driver to Alberton for detention as a place where the crime scene started. At about 8:20, I left my house to go assist Warrant Officer Mohana. I was driving a state motor vehicle with registration number CJ01SPGP, the Kia Cerato.
Before you move on, Warrant Officer, maybe just to emphasize on what the previous paragraph, on what you said on the last sentence there. just to clarify the issue that I raised with the chair in regard to your agreement with Warrant Officer Mahana. So to state the record clear, the agreement was that you will meet him at Alberton, is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And the further understanding was that he will bring the consignment and the driver to Alberton.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Let's proceed then to paragraph 9.
Paragraph 10.
Yes, let's jump to 10.
Yes, while on my way to Alberton SAPS, I phoned Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, who works at Silverton Ballistics Section, and requested standby cell phone number of forensic members for drug section. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena told me he does not have the number, however, he will get back to me. Within 3 minutes, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena phoned me and told me that he spoke to Colonel Moripe at the drug section, and Colonel Moripe said they are no longer sending members to the crime scenes. Members must package the drugs and send them to the laboratory for analysis.
Warrant, is that correct to understand? That is the, when you called, is it the, what unit is that? Mangena is it FSL or?
I beg your
The unit will fall under FSL?
Yes, it's under forensics, yes. Forensics
Thank you.
Science Laboratory.
All right, then proceed to paragraph 11.
After spending about 15 minutes at Alberton SAPS waiting, I phoned Warrant Officer Mohana to inquire how far are they, and he said I should rather drive through to assist in Ereton. I requested him to share his location, and he sent a WhatsApp message with the name of the premises they were at, Omni Park Business Park. I called Captain Medupi to inform him I was leaving Alberton and he should drive to Ereton, as Warrant Officer Mohana was no longer coming to Alberton SAPS. I also contacted Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape, who were on duty at the dock unit posted provincially. Another address I'd like to make to the Commission is, indeed, Sergeant Pakula is my brother, and he works at K9 in Silverton. So I informed them about the scene and that I was still on my way, and that I will send them I will send them the location once I'm at the scene. All these phone calls were made before I even got to the crime scene in Ereton. Sergeant Pakula informed me that this information is similar to that of Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke of National Head Office, South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, SANEP, who informed them that they should be on a standby as he, Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, was expecting a truck from Durban with drugs in a container. With that new information, I informed Sergeant Pakula to call Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke to the scene as well. I did not know Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke prior to the incident of the 9th of July, 2021. Upon my arrival at the scene, I found a marked Poisons SAPS patrol van parked in front of Warrant Officer Mohana's state black Nissan NP300, facing each other. I then parked on the left side of the Poisons van. As I approached...
Warrant Officer, can we flight the exhibit file, so the bigger file? Go to page 19 of that one.
I'm there.
Can you confirm that what you see at the bottom, can you just try and zoom it? At the bottom picture, so it will be photo number 2. There's a red vehicle there. Can you confirm that is your vehicle and that's where you parked?
That's
as
correct.
you explained in paragraph 14.
That's correct, Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Let's proceed to 15.
As I approached Warrant Officer Mokhana, I saw him standing with Chief Mashava of Gauteng Provincial Traffic. When I first met Chief Mashava,
I think you should read, I first met, maybe ignore the word when.
Yeah, thanks. I first met Chief Mashava at the funeral of Mama Winnie Mandela in Orlando West in 2018. I was introduced to him by a former colleague, Warrant Officer Setona. Since Chief Mashava was on duty at that time, we only exchanged greetings, and me and former Warrant Officer Setona proceeded with our business. That was only the first and last time I met Chief Mashava prior to the events of the 9th of July 2021. When I saw Chief Mashava at the scene, I then concluded he was together with Warrant Officer Mokhana. I immediately saw the state black Nissan NP 300 loaded with black bags wrapped with plastic. Both Warrant Officer Mokhana and Chief Mashava briefed me of the scene. I was
Warrant, can you then maybe give us more details on what exactly information they shared with you when they briefed you, as you described there?
I think I stated it in paragraph 17, because what they said, what Warrant Officer Mokhana was saying is that he received a call from Chief Mashava about a container with drugs, and Chief Mashava received the information from the Chief Mashava's informer. So they first went to Rodekop and at Yellow Jersey Logistic and found the container there, and then they escorted it to Aratin. So basically that's what they told me, and then that when they got to Aratin, when they opened the bag of the container, the bag of the trailer, the bags fell on the ground.
All right, continue.
Okay. I was informed by Warrant Officer Mokhana that the informer followed the truck from Durban the previous night, where it was parked at Yellow Jersey Logistics overnight. Warrant Officer Mokhana confirmed that he was phoned by Chief Mashava and that they first met at Rodekop, and then it was agreed that the container be escorted to Araten, where the client was expecting the order. Warrant Officer Mokhana pointed a yellow Jersey truck, yellow in color, hooked to a 12-meter container trailer, and told me that the drugs on the back of the buggy fell from the container, and they were assisted by Scania employees who loaded those bags onto the back of the buggy to preserve them, also allowing space for the truck to further reverse to the loading bay in order to allow a forklift to easily remove the truck caps inside the container. Warrant Officer Mokhana also told me that the 4 Scania truck caps that were inside the container were subsequently removed by use of a forklift. I then went to identify myself to the Boysens SAPS members and informed them that I'm from National Investigation Unit in Pretoria. The 2 members also introduced themselves as Sergeant Ndo and Constable Makumbila from Boysens SAPS. I was then pointed the driver of the truck by Chief Mashava, who told me the driver is already under arrest and he was told to stand next to the truck. Chief Mashava also told me he placed 2 other people who were receivers of the cargo under arrest. I then requested to see the responsible persons who were receiving the cargo. I interviewed a lady by the name Jolene Kukemur Wenzel by first introducing myself to her. Jolene also introduced herself and her position as a team leader at Frighten. She was shaken and also confirmed to me that she was placed under arrest. I asked Jolene to explain her role in placing orders in Brazil and the arrangements of transport logistics, including how the container serial numbers are allocated. I then started obtaining Jolene's statement. In the meantime, I requested Warrant Officer Mokhana to summon photographers if he has not done that already. At this stage, the scene was under control. The exhibits were still secured in bags in their original forms, not tampered with. The crime scene was still under investigation as witnesses were interviewed and suspects under arrest. The dog unit was summoned as well as the photographer. It is also worth noting that the primary responsibility of the first responding police member is to safeguard the crime scene until the arrival of crime scene examiners from local criminal record center and the investigating officer. I can also confirm that the scene was handled in line with the SAPS National Instruction 1 of 2015, which states that crime scene management involves the process of planning and implementation of measures to take control and secure the crime scene, ensure the integrity and the originality of evidence and exhibits, investigate and process the crime scene thoroughly and undisturbed, coordinate and maximize the collection of exhibits, utilize the investigation support resources optimally, record facts and events properly, and ensure that the crime scene remains under police protection for the period determined by the crime scene manager. It was at this stage, while busy obtaining Jolene's statement, that a lot of police vehicles started driving in. There were also security personnel from Business Park and Scania who came, and they were walking in and asking questions where we came from. Due to the number of police vehicles that were coming in, I kept on being distracted by people passing by towards the police van. At this stage, I was busy writing down the statement on the bonnet of the red Kia. I further phoned Dog Unit and Captain Midupi to hear how far they were, and they said they were getting nearer to the scene. I also requested Warrant Officer Mokhana and members of Poison's SAPS to cordon off the scene, as there were lots of members working through. Members from Poison's brought the scene tape from their patrol van, and I saw them together with Warrant Officer Mokhana pulling the tape behind the Poison's police van.
Warrant, I want you to go to the exhibit 5, the bigger one, on page 37.
I'm there.
You are there.
Yes.
I want you to focus on, there's photo 33.
FlexiFlight from Bright, the only insurance product that covers both your business and your personal needs in one single policy. Bright.
Paragraph 26.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. And further to the left of the police buggy, there was a trailer that side. So the tape went further to the trailer.
Maybe go to the next page and see if that's on page 38. Will that also be the stretch of your?
No, it's not that visible here.
But the coding of that's part of your instructions.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Then let's proceed to paragraph 37.
I do not recall whether I finished writing Jolene's statement, as there were a lot of police officers in uniform coming in. Instead of coming to us and inquire what was happening, those members went and stood with employees of Scania. I requested Jolene to make copies of the way bill. She went to the office to get those documents. At some stage, while still busy on the scene, Jolene returned and handed the documents I requested to me. At around 10:15, Captain Midupi arrived, closely followed by dog unit members, Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape. I went and briefed them about what was happening on the scene, and I also introduced them to Warrant Officer Mokhana and Chief Mashala. While waiting for the photographers, a certain gentleman came and instructed the two Boisans police members to write their statements, as he was now taking over the scene. I asked the gentleman who he was and that he should introduce himself, as he already knew who I was. That member did not want to give his name, and I told him that that is not procedural to walk in a crime scene and start giving instructions. He said he is not going to listen to me and that General Khan was on his way. I said to that gentleman, that is fine, he, General Khan, may come. I was later informed that the name of the gentleman was Warrant Officer Rikhotso from DPCI. Warrant Officer Rikhotso further asked if I had an inquiry registered for that operation, and I told him there was no time to first drive to Pretoria to register an inquiry and then drive back to the scene, as the delay would have defeated the purpose. The information was received that same morning, and I had to act on information first. At that stage, I was approached by Sergeant Pakula, who introduced me to Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke of SANEP National Head Office. They had just arrived together with Sergeant Masuma. I went and introduced Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke and Sergeant Masuma to Warrant Officer Mokhana and Chief Mashaba. Sergeant Masuma was in possession of an inquiry file, and he also showed me a message on his phone between him and his informer talking about the container from Durban. I remember the message on Sergeant Masuma's cell phone was received on a Thursday, the 8th of July, 2021, and it read that the container with the consignment of drugs will be leaving the Durban harbor to Gauteng, and that Sergeant Masuma must be on standby. After seeing the message, I was convinced this could be the same information and continued briefing them with the intention of handing the scene over to them. I also pointed to them a suspect who was already placed under arrest. Major General Khan's arrival on the scene. Within minutes, Major General Khan indeed arrived. I approached him and introduced myself to him. He asked me if my commander was aware of my whereabouts, and I said yes. He requested my commander's number, and I gave him contact numbers of Colonel Sipungo. After a few minutes, he came back and said he got hold of my commander and he confirmed my version, but something does not add up. I then went and stood with Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka while still waiting for the photographer. Major General Khan wanted to know who the driver of the black Nissan NP300 was, and he instructed Warrant Officer Mokhana to go and sit in the said vehicle. I was waiting for the photographer to arrive. I fetched the driver of the truck, who was already standing on the side of the truck. I then brought him back and handed him to Captain Midupi to place him under arrest, as I was busy trying to manage the scene. Captain Midupi cuffed him with cable ties. The reason the truck driver was not cuffed earlier was that he was going to drive the truck to the SAP 13 pound. After the arrival of Captain Midupi, Captain Midupi, told us that there is no need for the truck driver to drive the truck to the pound, as Captain Midupi, will drive the truck. He has a code 14 driver's license. Once the photographer arrived, I introduced myself to her, and she also gave her name, which I forgot. I went to Major General Khan together with the lady photographer and found him standing with other two gentlemen whom I did not know, standing on the loading bay at the back of the trailer. I introduced the photographer to Major General Khan and told him that the photographer has arrived and she wants to start with her duties. Major General Khan told me to stand back, and I did. I left the photographer with Major General Khan and went back to where the buggy was. I then removed the two seals that were placed on the passenger side of the black buggy with the intention to get the photographer to take pictures of. But I was stopped by Lieutenant Colonel Ludik and Captain Sevola, and I was told that they were now taking over the scene. Colonel Maluleke of Johannesburg DPCI approached me, Warrant Officer Mokhana and Chief Mashaba, and asked that we explain to him what happened and how did we get to the scene. We explained to him what transpired, and he understood our version. Colonel Maluleke then left us, and after a while he returned to where I was standing and told me to prepare my statement, otherwise I will be placed under arrest. Other members were also ordered to submit their statements, include Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, Captain Midupi, Sergeant Pakula, Sergeant Sape, and Sergeant Masoma. I obliged and started writing my statement. I handed over my statement together with the statement of Jolene I took earlier, as well as the waybill copies, to Captain Sebola. Colonel Mabasa also approached me and requested my cell phones. I asked why. He told me I'm being arrested. I told Colonel Mabasa I want to make a phone call to my commander, and he granted me permission to do so. Captain Medupi and I made a call to Brigadier Mbele, the section commander at National Investigation Unit, and informed her what was happening. She further said she will not be able to come and that she will phone Colonel Sepungu to come to the scene. While waiting, I was approached by Captain Sebola and another gentleman who demanded my phones, and this time I handed them over to Captain Sebola. I was still standing and confused when Colonel Stein came and aggressively told me he wanted my car keys, my appointment certificate, and firearm. I handed him the car keys and the SAPS appointment card, and however, the firearm was at home, locked in a safe. Captain Dale Noki came and searched the car, accompanied by the photographer who was taking pictures of the car I was driving. I was then placed under arrest by Captain Sebola at about 13:45. Captain Sebola was one of the last officers to arrive at the scene. However, he arrested us without a proper explanation of what we were arrested for. After a few minutes, we were instructed to get out of the Boysens Parky. At that stage, there were several members of the media with cameras. I then saw Colonel Sepungu, and he came and asked what was happening, and I explained to him that I was under arrest. Colonel Sepungu went, and I saw him talking to Colonel Stein and General Kadwa. We were then ordered to stand next to a black Nissan buggy where Brigadier Sukhovela and her DPCI members were busy offloading black bags from the back. At no stage were we handcuffed. I counted 35 bricks in each of the first 10 bags, black bags that were opened in front of us. We were told to get in the back of the Boys' SAPS police bag while they were still busy unpacking the exhibits from the black bags to the forensic exhibit bags. It was at around 19:30 when I was taken to Boysens SAPS, where I was detained together with Warrant Officer Mohana, Chief Mashaba, and a gentleman I only knew when I was in the back of the police buggy as Tumelongo. The suspects whom we placed under arrest, including the truck driver, were released. The truck and trailer with registration number HP01HG GP that we were going to book in at SAP 13 was sent back without being booked in. There was interference from members of the public as well as SAPS members. This amounted to defeating the ends of justice as well as obstructing a police officer from performing his lawful duties. The dog unit was stopped from performing their duties. Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, who had an inquiry file, was made to leave the scene. On the 11th,
maybe perhaps to follow through with your evidence properly, Warrant Officer, maybe let's clarify your specific role when you arrived at the scene. I think you have explained in your paragraphs what transpired, but what we need to understand is that from the briefing with Warrant Officer Mahane, Chief Mashaba, whom at least we accept that when he testified yesterday, he accepted that he was the first responder. Then what happened? Did he hand over the scene to you? Who was in charge after that? Can you explain the process after that? When you found the scene, and then after the briefing, who was in charge? And what was the plan, having found the scene the way it was set out?
So, Warrant Officer Mohana was the scene manager before. I take it he was the scene manager before my arrival, and he handed over the scene to me. So I was in charge of the scene, and hence I started giving instructions for the cordon off and the photographers to be called. And up until when I was about to give it to Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, where I was arrested. So I couldn't even hand it over to to Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke.
Okay. Can you explain why was the scene handed over to you, and why do you also ultimately intend on handing it over to Sergeant Maluleke?
Okay. It was handed over to me as a better person equipped to investigate, perhaps, at that stage, because I was the first person to arrive, investigator, and I was the one who was called to the scene. So when I handed over to Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, he's working at South Africa, at SANEP, so it's his mandate. So I was sending it over to a relevant person.
And then what did you make of the fact that the drugs were removed, as you were informed, and placed in a black baggie? In terms of scene management, you do explain that you are aware of the national instructions dealing or relating to managing the scene. What did you make of that situation when you arrived?
Yes, unfortunately the drugs were already removed and in the back of the baggie, so I was not going to instruct them to place it back as to where, otherwise we were going to further contaminate the scene. But as he, Mokhana, considered, the scene was already contaminated. But upon my arrival, I had to now make use of what is there and continue with the investigation of the scene from where I found it.
You basically manage the scene as it were.
As it were, yes.
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 My concern, warrant officer, is when you then attempted to remove what they call the
seal.
Duplicate seal. And then that's when you're stopped by, I think it's Lieutenant Ludwig. Can you explain that a bit more? What was happening there?
No, I was innocently taking those seals to... Remember, I left the photographer with Major General Khan. So I was taking those seals to her to take photos of those seals. And obviously, she was supposed to take further... to take them further to forensic.
I think the obvious concern, as you will appreciate, would be you handling the exhibit, as it were, and moving that exhibit, as it were.
No, it was already moved. From the explanation I got, it was removed it was found in the back of the trailer, so it was removed and placed there. So mine was to take it and hand it over to the photographer.
Yes, what I'm saying is that then removing it further was not assisting the situation, because nothing stopped you from calling the photographer to take the picture of that exhibit. That would have been a possibility at least, without you touching the exhibit again.
It could have been a possibility, but bearing in mind that it has been touched already previously, I might have decided to take it to where the photographer was.
And at that time, were you wearing gloves, if I may ask?
No, I wasn't.
And you see, that's my concern, to say, look, the fact that the scene is already contaminated, surely you accept that it's not a license for anyone to contaminate it or to compromise the scene further. Would you accept that?
May you please come again?
I'm saying you accept that the fact that a scene is already contaminated is
yes.
no means a license for anyone to contaminate
the scene. Yes, you are correct. Yes.
You accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
Yes. And then when you testified, you say that when General Khan arrived, the scene and the situation was under control. Can you just give further explanation? What do you mean by that?
exhibits were in the back of the bakkie. They were safe. We could, where I could see them and still continue with the statement, with my duties. And there was no move. Okay, but what you are saying is that when did I say that? Because what happened was in my statement.
Continue.
Oh, in my statement, I mentioned that while I was busy writing the statement, a lot of people started coming in.
Yes.
Yes.
I think you testified that, I think it's Captain Rekotso
Warrant Officer Khumalo.
who approached you.
New Bloom wouldn't need to shout to be noticed. And this one, it's electrifying.
See by Giorgio Armani.
www.altcointrader.co.za.
What are you up to, honey?
I'm buying Bitcoin on Altcoin Trader.
Is that not too technical?
I always thought so, until I found Altcoin Trader. They make it so easy to buy, sell, and trade Bitcoin, as well as other coins. You can also manage your whole portfolio online.
Oh. Altcointrader.co.za.
So at that time, I was still the crime scene manager. It was before Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka arrived. So what he did was come in and start giving instructions to the two Boysen's police officers to give him statements. And he was wearing civilian clothes. I didn't know who he was. And it was an awkward moment where somebody just come and start giving instructions and you've never seen him before, you don't know him.
And then when later on General Khan arrived, you say that he said to you, you must, when you went to introduce the photograph, what did you say he said to you?
I must stand back.
What did you understand that instruction mean? Did it mean that you must stop being active on the scene? What is your understanding of that?
Yes, I understood that as I must stop now being active on the scene. And hence now, because I was now standing back, maybe that's when I realized I need to hand over whatever it is the exhibit I have to the photographer. The reason why I went to fetch the seal with the intention to give it to the photographer, because now I was no more participating on the crime scene.
And also there was Rekotso as well there somehow.
Yes, Rekotso was also there.
And you said you were in fact planning to hand over the scene to
Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka.
Instead.
Yes.
And all of this, is it fair to say, contributed to the what we call, I think the word being used was chaotic or chaos caused?
Of course, because I would have appreciated it if whoever wanted to take the scene came to us and told us, listen, we want to take a scene. How do we, not to start now giving instructions and without knowing who he was. I asked him to at least introduce himself and let us work together. I think that although I didn't mention it here, there was a time when I told him, we can still work together, but now you cannot just come and start giving instructions here on the scene.
I mean, in your understanding, what was really happening? Because we're trying to get to the bottom of this. Was it?
To be honest, commissioners, I think we were being managed. We were being people wanted to take over the crime scene, and the only way for them to take control of that crime scene was to get us arrested or intimidate us in that way. Because there are a lot of things that I can point out that are questionable. If they wanted to honestly, if they were intending on investigating this case, I believe they could have done it better with the experience and resources that they have. I refer to the PCI.
Maybe, just so that we don't forget, you say there are a lot of questionable things that happen. Maybe just list them.
Okay. One, commissioners, it was easier for them to go fetch the CCTV footage in order to assist them with the investigations. The dog unit that was supposed to be used, they could have used it to assist them with the investigation if they were intending on searching, and also the release of the driver, most importantly the driver. Those are the three that I can at the moment point at.
Warrant officer, I think what we're trying to establish at the end of the day, remember when the initial call was made, at least to 10-111, was that they are bogus police who are trying to hijack a truck. And later on, obviously, there were drugs discovered. And then you were called, and you did testify that you are not particularly experienced in huge drug busts.
Correct. And
then the real police, I say real police, I mean the police officials with Sabaki, they arrive. And we now know that at least it seems as if their arrival stopped the original intention by Mr. Mahani to have the truck, or at least the consignment, moved to Alberton, as he had to engage with those officers, and then ultimately were called to come in. And obviously what then is clear is that there is a confusion as to who is there, who's supposed to be there, who's not supposed to be there. And to some extent, I think Warrant Officer Mahani says that some of you guys were labeled Tsotsi Corps, or at least Tsotsi Police. At least he says he was called a Tsotsi Police by General Khan. So you have to appreciate the difficulty we have, at least to try to understand, and also we have issues where it is quite apparent that the scene was poorly managed, as you heard from Mr. Warrant Mahani's evidence yesterday, that he considered that they have, on various levels, contaminated the scene and compromised to some extent the quality of the evidence. And you are called in to come in here to also assist in that situation. And we're trying to understand what was your involvement, and to what extent would they call you in particular to be the guy who comes to at least to be associated with what we call a chaos that was already happening, because when you arrived, the bike was already loaded with the drugs.
Mm. Yeah. So I cannot say, commissioners, that I knew the situation would turn out the way it did at the end of the day. But I was called in to come and assist in managing the crime scene, and unfortunately, upon my arrival, the crime scene, I found it the way it was. Already, the exhibits loaded onto the buggy, and I had to continue managing from where the exhibits were now. So it was an honest opportunity for me to prevent the drugs from being taken, from being stolen, and continue to investigate the crime scene, arrest the suspects, continue with the witness statements and all that. That was my participation at the crime scene.
And you tried to do that as much as you could?
Correct. I tried to do that at the best of my ability. It's unfortunate that at the end of the day, we were disturbed. A lot of people started coming into the scene and we couldn't do anything.
And can you remember roughly between when the scene was handed to you, how long, in terms of the time, how long did you have before you were obviously disrupted to deal with the scene the way you would have at least dealt with it to the best of your ability, or at least?
Sorry, I don't get you. Is it after my arrival and?
Yes. So between your arrival and the handing over of the scene to you, and to the point where there was a interference. So how long were you roughly in charge of the?
I can say less than 30 minutes, because I was still busy on the bonnet. Then that's when a lot of police officers started coming in and going to the bakkie where the bakkie was. It was not even 30 minutes. I can say.
Okay. All right. Let's go then. You wanted to deal with your first appearance at Boyson's Magistrate Court. That will be on page 14 on your statement.
Okay. On the 11th July 2021, Sunday, we were charged and our warning statements were taken by the DPCI investigation team led by Captain Sebula. We expressed our dissatisfaction with our arrest and requested that our warning statements be written down. I also advised Captain Sebula in the presence of his other team members to obtain a video footage at the crime scene as well as to do Section 205's applications in order to verify our version. In our statements, we mentioned the reasons why we were at the scene. On the 12th of July 2021, Monday, while we were waiting for our case to be called on the court roll at the Boyson's Magistrate Court, our attorney at the time, Mr. Fenter, came and informed me that I was going to be released as the senior public prosecutor requested the statement from Colonel Sipungu, and he gave it to them, confirming my version. If I may also add here, it was said by another witness here that, Colonel Stein, Commissioner, that he instructed Colonel Sebula to take a statement of Colonel Sipungu at the crime scene, when Colonel Sipungu was at the crime scene. So the statement of Colonel Sipungu was only taken at court on Monday, and after the instruction by the SPP to say, after reading my warning statements, to say Colonel Sipungu's statement must also be. I just wanted to clear that.
Chair, just for the record, the statement the witness is referring to is, we don't have to go there, but it's CJC 227.3 as part of the record. We don't need to go there, Chair, but the statement is part of the record. Perhaps before you proceed, Warrant Officer, as far as you are aware, has a video footage of the scene ever been obtained?
No.
And Section 205, does that deal with cell phone records?
That's correct.
Sorry?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners.
And what are you requesting here then when you say the 205 application?
No, the 205 application should have assisted them in mapping out the communications between the arrested people and also placing us on the crime scene so that they can know whether we planned this thing before or where was I, for example, before I was called to the scene. Those things can assist. And the reason why you need to get this thing, this Section 205 and video footage as soon as possible is that some get, I'm looking for a better word, but they disappear, like they expire, especially video footage. Maybe if you find out it takes 7 days, then after 7 days you can't get that footage again. And it could have assisted a lot in proving what is it that actually happened on the crime scene.
And at paragraph 49, you're saying that your attorney, Mr. Fender, informed you, so out of the 4 accused, was he referring to you alone, or is it the 4 of you were going to be released?
I understood it was me because it was after Colonel Sipungu's statement was submitted. While surprised, the attorney requested to address the court and placed it on record that While on lunch, the head of Gauteng DPCI, Major General Kadwa, together with Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Mlodra, held a meeting with the Senior Public Prosecutor, Mr. Tusi, and the decision to release me was overturned. The case with no bail. On the 13th of July 2021,
maybe read to the record
they are released on bail. On the 13th of July 2021, we appeared at Boyson's Magistrate Court, and the case was remanded to the 21st of July 2021 for bail application at the Johannesburg Magistrate Court. While at Sun City Prison, I was called by the prison warden to inform me that I have a visitor and that I must come to the visiting area. To my surprise, the visitors were the DPCI investigation team of about 6 members led by Captain Sevola. They then told me they were instructed to come see me as they were told I had something to tell them. I told them there is nothing I can tell them as I have appeared before court already, and if I had anything to say, my attorney would have been part of that meeting, and that I never requested to see them. I was then taken back to my holding cell. While still in prison, I was visited by Brigadier Mbele, who came to serve me with SAPS Section 43 notice of suspension. This deals with the suspension without pay of SAPS members while in detention or imprisoned. On the 21st of July 2021, Captain Sevola came to oppose bail, and we submitted our witness statements of Colonel Sipungu, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, Captain Midupi, Warrant Officer Mukhana, Warrant Officer Pogungwane, Warrant Officer Chidi, Sergeant Pakula, Sergeant Sape, and Sergeant Maja as exhibits to prove our innocence. We were granted bail on the same day. I must mention to Commissioners, Warrant Officer Mukhana was not supposed to be part of the witnesses that I'm mentioning here. If we can scratch it.
So must we delete the name?
Yes, Warrant Officer Mukhana. He was not a witness then.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I called the Human Resource Management Office, a detective service, to inquire if I should report for duty after being granted bail. PPO Melder said I should not, as I was already on suspension. The Section 43 was supposed to have been uplifted once I was released on bail, as was the case with Mukhana's process. A meeting with Major General Khan. While on bail, I received a call from former Warrant Officer Haynes, who told me Major General Khan wants to see me. I refused to meet with Major General Khan. A week or 2 weeks later, Warrant Officer Haynes.
The Preservation Fund. What is it, how it works in South Africa, and whether it's a good place to keep your retirement savings.
Sometimes we feel guilty. We can only do so much. That's why more and more pet parents rely on Hills with scientifically proven formulas to give more love.
Said, "Good day, Jen. It's Pakula." He replied and asked, "Where can we meet?" And he will set up a meeting to my convenience, and asked if he can bring Major General Kadwa, and I refused and stated I will not be comfortable with both of them. At this stage, I was still not clear why Major General Khan wanted to meet with me, hence my discomfort with bringing Major General Kadwa to the meeting. On the 16th September 2021, Major General Khan called me and asked about my whereabouts. And I told him I was in Kibla Park area, and then he requested my location, and I shared it with him. He responded and said he will be there in 15 minutes. I waited for him, and then I saw him, Major General Khan, driving in his grayish VW Golf 7. I then went to him and got in his passenger side of the car. Major General Khan sympathized with me and explained he still did not understand why I was arrested, because he left the scene as he had to rush to Cape Town. He further wanted to know how did the informer that was arrested with us get the information, and I said I did not know, but I can bring the informer to have a meeting with him so he can ask him himself. He further said they were not interested in me. They wanted Colonel Sipungu, and I said to him, Colonel Sipungu knew nothing about the operation. I'm the one who called and informed him about it. Major General Khan confirmed that he spoke with Colonel Sipungu on that day, and he, Colonel Sipungu, confirmed that I called and informed him about the drugs, and he gave me a permission to attend to the matter. Major General Khan asked me who the drugs belonged to, and I told him that people say they belong to him, and he laughed. He told me that he could see that I was doing an honest job, and I requested if he could submit a statement as there was a disciplinary hearing against me for the same case. He promised he would draft it and give it to me before my hearing, which was on Friday, the 18th of September, 2021. We parted, and I promised I will avail the informer to him for an interview. He never submitted his statement as per his promise.
Warrant, can we then go on the same file, that you have, go to page 20.
Same file?
Statement file that he has with me. Yes. Item 5, the tab will be item 5, thank you.
And then?
Yes, go to page 20. Can you describe to the Commission what is depicted on that page?
Commissioners, this is the screenshot of my conversations with General Khan.
Are you projecting it?
There seems to be a bit of an issue with lighting it. We'll flash it later stage when they've located the picture.
Mr. Musigiri, why not in the meantime perhaps continue with the disciplinary hearing and we come to this later?
That seems appropriate, Chair.
Yes.
Warrant Officer, we'll come back to this conversation between you and General Khan. Then let's move to the next topic, which is the notice to appear at the disciplinary hearing. And then you'll pick it up at paragraph 63 of your statement. So that will be page 18.
Okay, notice to appear at a disciplinary hearing. Around August 21, 2021, I received a phone call from Lieutenant Colonel Mashego, who is employed at International Vehicle Crime Investigations at the head office, informing me he wants to meet with me in order to serve me with the notice to appear at an expeditious disciplinary hearing. I told Lieutenant Colonel Mashego I have tested positive for COVID-19 and that I needed to isolate. About 2 weeks later, Lieutenant Colonel Mashego called and requested that we meet. We met and he gave me the notice to appear for my discipline hearing, which was dated the 18th September 2021 at Stock Theft Boardroom. I was never served with a notice of investigation as per the regulations. No other documents shared except the factual report and the notice to appear at the hearing. Again, this was different from Ghana's disciplinary process. I was charged with defeating the ends of justice and possession of drugs. The chairperson of the hearing was Brigadier Kopoditata. I presented my case and gave all the statements I have prepared from my witnesses, which included the statements from Colonel Sipungu, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, Captain Midupi, Warrant Officer Mohana, Warrant Officer Pagungwana, Warrant Officer Chidi, Sergeant Pagula, Sergeant Sape, and Sergeant Maja. The employer only presented a factual report which was prepared by DPCI investigation team and relied on it to prove the employer's case. The hearing was remanded for Monday, the 20th of September 2021. On Monday, the 20th September 2021, I was dismissed from the SAPS. I immediately appealed the decision through the SSPC, Safety and Security Sectoral Bargaining Council. Poison's case 252 of 10/2021.
Warrant Officer, you have, as in the list of witnesses, you have Warrant Officer Mokhana.
Yeah, this time is.
This time is that. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner. Poison's case 252 of 10/2021. Since our arrest, it has always been our intention, me, Warrant Officer Mokhana, Chief Mashaba, and the informant, that we should open a case against the members who arrested us. After consultation with our attorney, we opened a case against Major General Khan and the members of the DPCI, General Kadwa, Brigadier Sukhobela, Colonel Stein, Captain Sebola. We opened a case of defeating the ends of justice and theft of drugs. The case was investigated by IPIT. According to crime scene management guidelines, the first member at the crime scene, regardless of rank or position, is tasked with assuming control and ensuring that no unauthorized individuals, including higher ranking or police officers unrelated to the incident, gain access to the crime scene. These individuals played a huge role in arresting us, releasing the suspects that we had placed under arrest, and further tampered with exhibits which we believe were stolen. We relied on the investigation from IPIT to further identify other perpetrators who might have also played a role in defeating the ends of justice and theft of drugs. When Major General Khan first arrived at the scene was under control. There were officers who came from crime intelligence, such as Lieutenant Colonel Baloyi, who interacted with Warrant Officer Mokhana, who congratulated us on the good work we did. There were also other members who came to us, like Lieutenant Colonel Ndlela. He heard our story and left. Upon the disposal of the Boyson's case 98 of 7/2021, I realized that the exhibits were booked at Boyson's SAPS on Friday, the 9th of July, 2021. On Monday, the 12th of July, 2021, those exhibits were booked out and transported to Tshwane SAPS College. Exhibits were only booked in at Forensic on Monday, 19th July, 2021. I then noticed that the forensic back numbers of exhibits that were received at Forensic were different from those that were initially booked at the Boyson's SAPS. Furthermore, Warrant Officer Morris from DPCI, who transported the exhibits to Forensic, his statement stated that a few forensic bags were damaged during transportation, that new forensic bags were used.
Warrant, here in this paragraph, when you say you realize that the exhibit were booked at Boyson's, and then you later on say you notice that the forensic bag numbers of exhibits that were received by forensic were different. What do you mean by that? How did you realize this? When did you notice this? Where did you get this information?
Okay, when we went for trial at the High Court, they disposed the copy of the docket to us, and copy of the docket included the SAP copy of the SAP 13 at Boyson's SAPS. So from that copy of the SAP 13, compared to the 212 statement from FSL, there were there were bags that were not reflecting, that were there at the Boyson's, but they're not reflecting at Forensic.
All right, can you then move on to your paragraph 70, upon further investigations?
Upon further investigations, it was found that one brick with a new forensic bag number was only received at Forensic on the 10th of August 2021. This information was not part of the docket that was disclosed. The circumstances of this single brick are unknown. Who booked it? Where was the brick all this time? That information was deliberately concealed from us. It is evident that the intentions of these officers at the scene were not to investigate the crime. The only way for them to take control of the crime scene was to arrest us. In that way, they could divert their attention to the arrested police officers and let the real perpetrators free. In March 2022, we appeared at Poison's Court and we were served with indictment to appear at the High Court on the 22nd of April 2022. We were being charged with possession of drugs and drug trafficking, fraud, and defeating the ends of justice. The indictment was signed by Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng Local Division, Advocate J. Trotsky. After our appearance on the 22nd of April 2022, we received the disclosure of the docket Poison's case 98 of 7, 2021, and we then requested our attorney, Mr. Joan Extian, to prepare representations. Our representations were submitted and we received feedback through our attorney on the 24th of June 2022 from the Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, Advocate Serepo. In his report, the advocate stated that the evidence in this matter have been carefully considered by this office. We are of the view that there is prima facie evidence with reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution against the accused, close quote. Therefore, our representations were unsuccessful and declined. We then instructed Mr. Extian to appeal that decision. Our trial date at the High Court was set for October 2022. Around July 2022, Mr. Joan Extian submitted our appeal to Advocate Rodney Dikok, the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions. While still waiting for the outcome, I was informed by Colonel Sipungu, Captain Medupi, and Sergeant Pakula that they were called in for consultation. I was informed by both Sergeant Sape and Sergeant Pakula that during consultation with Advocate Ryan from Gauteng Local DPP, they advised her to demand the CCTV footage of the crime scene from the investigating team. This would have assisted the prosecution in getting the proof of what actually happened at the crime scene. Advocate Ryan also informed both Sergeant Sape and Sergeant Pakula that both their statements were not commissioned. Both the statements were not disclosed with the contents of the docket. They were not filed in the docket. Our case was provisionally withdrawn on the 12th of October 2022, pending the outcome of the appeal at NDPR. On the 29th of January 2024, Advocate Rodney Dikok wrote to Mr. Extian in response to our representations, stating that he agrees with the recommendations of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng Local Division, Johannesburg, not to pursue the prosecution. General Kadwa inquired with Advocate Dikok the reasons for his decision, and Advocate Dikok responded with an email dated 21st of June 2024, stating his reasons. The Poison's case 25210-2021 was submitted to Gauteng Local DPP for decision. The decision was taken by Advocate Trotsky, declining to prosecute General Khan and the members of the DPCI. We then decided to appeal the decision and wrote to the Director of Public Prosecution, Advocate Chauke, who also agreed with the decision by Advocate Trotsky. My reinstatement into SAPS in November 2023, I successfully won my appeal to be reinstated in the SAPS. The award stated that I should be reinstated with the same terms and conditions as before my dismissal. I, however, reported for duty on the 16th April of 2024. Around September 2024.
Warrant Officer, is there a reason why, if you were reinstated in November 2023 and you only went back in April, can you explain that time period? What is that, sir?
Yes, Commissioners. I was also concerned with the amount of time that it took for the SAPS to finally implement the award that I should be reinstated. And it became clear at the later stage that some of the senior members were still trying to appeal the decision for my reinstatement in the SAPS. So this might have been the delay.
You were not the cause of the delay?
No. No, Commissioner.
You were ready to,
I was ready, yes.
to go back as soon as
Correct,
the
Commissioner.
award had been made in your favor.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, may proceed.
Around September 2024, I was shortlisted for a post promotion at NINU, which is National Investigation Unit, post reference 3557 of 2024-2025. I went for an interview and the chairperson of the interview panel was Major General Motsepe. When other post successful candidates were announced, my post was not announced, no reasons were given. So Major General Khan's disciplinary hearing. Around February 2025, I was one of the witnesses who testified at the disciplinary hearing of General Khan. The hearing was chaired by Lieutenant General Mukwanas. Other witnesses who were called to testify were Brigadier Ntuli, Lieutenant Colonel Maduleke, Captain Midupi, Chief Mashaba, Warrant Officer Mohana, Sergeant Pakula, Sergeant Sape. It was during these proceedings that I was in
Find your dream car, find your happy place with Auto Trader.
on the case that was already at the office of the NDPP came as a shock to me. I then requested Major General Khumalo if he does have copies of the reports submitted by General Khan, and he said those reports forms part of the exhibits of the hearing and that he does not have. General Khan was eventually cleared of all charges by the chairperson. It came as no surprise to me as days leading to this hearing. The chairperson of the disciplinary hearing, Lieutenant General Mukwanazi, as well as the witnesses, came under negative media attack. The decision not to charge the DPCI members, as well as the document that was signed by Deputy Director Public Prosecutions, Advocate Sirepo, which stated that Albert and Case 98 of 7/2021 will be enrolled, were coincidentally presented at this hearing. I also listened to the hearing recording where Major General Khan said that I insisted on meeting him and that Colonel Sipungu said to him when he inquired whether Colonel Sipungu knew where I was on 9 July 2021, and Colonel Sipungu responded by saying he did not know my whereabouts. These were all misleading statements that might have influenced the decision of the chairperson. The fact of the matter is that Major General Khan gave instructions for the arrest of Tumelongu. He gave instructions to Warrant Officer Mohana to sit in the car and not to get out. He prevented Doc Unit from performing their duties at the scene. He disarmed Chief Mashava. Lieutenant Colonel Mwaluleke saw him walking with the driver away from the crime scene, the driver who was placed under arrest. My frustration posed the written drug bust. I applied for the Detective Service Post promotion for Post 3557 at National Investigation Unit on the 30th of August 2024. Major General Motsepe was the chairperson of the interview panel. I was recommended for promotion to Post 3557. The post was presented to the National Moderation Committee, where Major General Motsepe was part of the Moderation Committee, and additional information regarding the alleged outstanding criminal case was requested, and Brigadier Kronje communicated with Brigadier Sekhobela, who sent an email to confirm that Boysen's case will soon be enrolled. Despite this information, my promotion was subsequently approved with effect from 1st March
Lindt Choco Wafer. Crispy, creamy, dreamy.
Ready for your next ride? With our massive variety,
I was advised by my South African Police Union representative, PM Hlongwani, that I should register a grievance, which I did. It was later referred to the Safety and Security Sectoral Bargaining Council as per case reference PSSS 304 of 2526. On the 20th of June 2025, I received a call from Colonel Nkosi, the staff officer of Lieutenant General Sintumule, informing me I should go to HRM and see Captain Tuli sign my post acceptance certificate. On the 25th of October 2025, I was informed by Colonel Nkosi that the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sintumule, said any member from the rank of a colonel can sign my post acceptance certificate. On Friday, the 27th of June 2025, I approached Colonel Jansen van Vieren, who told me he will not sign my post acceptance certificate unless the Divisional Commissioner instructs him to do so. It was at this point I approached Besinga attorneys and instructed them to take this matter to CCMA. Our case was set down for the 8th of September 2025 for conciliation and arbitration with reference number GATW 12209 of 25. The matter was remanded to the 12th of September 2025. Upon the said date, I was surprised to see Major General Khan in the witness area. He came to testify against my promotion. I was advised by my attorney, Mr. Besinga, to withdraw the case in order to allow employer to decide on my suitability to be promoted. On the 3rd of October 2025, I was called by Brigadier Kronje to sign another post-acceptance certificate. I signed and Brigadier Kronje also signed and recommended that I was not the suitable candidate, again referring to the poisons case 98 of 7/2021 as the reason why I should not be promoted. I explained to Brigadier Kronje that the case is finalized and that I have no pending case against me. On the 11th of November 2024, the acting divisional commission...
Warrant officer, should it not say 2025 there? Is the date correct?
Yes,
okay.
It's 2025.
2025, yes.
Yeah. On the 11th of November 2025, the acting divisional commissioner, Major General Mohale, confirmed my post promotion by signing the post acceptance certificate. It has been more than 4 months. I am not yet promoted. No reasons, no explanation is given. I believe I am unfairly treated due to my arrest in Boysen's case 98 of 7/2021. I was unfairly dismissed from the SAPS for the same case. After winning my case at SSBC, when I first reported for duty, Lieutenant Colonel Chauke informed me that management has decided I should report to the organized crime unit under Major General Shibiri. When I asked who he refers to as management, he said the component heads, meaning Major General Motsipe and Major General Shibiri. I went and reported at Organized Crime Unit, and I was told by Major General Shibiri that Major General Motsipe said to him that she does not want me to report back at her component. That is when he agreed that I can come work with him at Organized Crime Unit. There was no consultation, and the decision went against the award, which stated I should be reinstated with the same terms and conditions as before my dismissal. My union representative approached the office of Lieutenant General Sintumule and requested that the award be fully implemented and that I should be placed where I should be. It was only after Colonel Nkosi, the staff officer of Lieutenant General Sintumule, sent an email to Brigadier Kwaiba and Lieutenant Colonel Chauke on the 10th of June 2024 that I was told to report at National Investigation Unit Serious and Violent Crimes Component.
Should we change that again,
Yes.
warrant officer, to 2025, not 2024?
Yes. Thanks. In 2025, I was shortlisted, recommended for post-promotion 3557 2024-2025. I have exhausted all avenues within the SAPS with regards to that post. My promotion is still not yet confirmed. The matter was settled at SSBC with the ruling confirming my promotion. Then, when I last spoke to my union representative, he informed me Major General Cavender is in possession of my promotion document, but nothing has been done. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection in taking prescribed oath. Consider the oath to be binding in my conscience. Signed on the 8th of May 2026.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Do we now go to those WhatsApp chats? Are you able to flight them?
Yes, Chair, we'll do that perhaps because it's 11 o'clock. Then let's use the time to locate those chats, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Let's resume at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
Retirement annuity. What it is, how it works in South Africa, how to use one to boost your long-term retirement savings.
We're here for you. In every breath and every heartbeat.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, before we went for tea break, you will recall that if you go to page 16 of your statement, under from paragraph 56, the topic there is the meeting with Major General Khan. I want us to deal with that. We couldn't flight the WhatsApp chats earlier on. They have been located. The file that you should have, they are on the file. The same file that you have with you,
page
the
20.
witness, yes. So remember that was page, I said let's start on page 20.
20,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm there.
Thank you. Can you take us through what's happening? I think you started earlier on to identify that that's a screenshot of your phone. Maybe take it from there, between a conversation between whom?
Okay, Commissioner, this is a screenshot from my phone of the communication between myself and Major General Khan. It starts, okay, I first started by making a call to him, and he didn't answer. So, but the call doesn't appear. So when he didn't answer, I sent him a message to say, "Good day, General, it's Pakula."
And you did this, just for context or background, you did this because word had come to you that he wanted to meet you.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then he said, "Good day, how are you?" Then I replied, "Not bad, thanks, General." And he said, "When can we meet?" And I said, "I can hear from you, I'm in Alberton." So he said, "Do you mind if I bring General Kadwa?" I said, "I won't be comfortable. I think let's first meet and we'll take it from there, General." Then he responded, "Okay, when is it convenient for you to meet?" I said, "I'm available, we'll hear from you." Then he said, let me call you later.
Perhaps let's look at the timestamp before we move on. What time is that? The last text?
It's 14:30, 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes. And then if you go to page, so you have to go backwards. Go to page 18, 18.
Okay.
Remember you said the text started on the 15th. Now there's a text on the 16th of September 2021. You'll see your last message at 14:31 where you say, "Okay, General," is that where we should then continue from?
Yes. And then on the 16th, I received a call from General Khan, and he requested me to send him my PIN location. And that's when I sent him this PIN location, and he said 15 minutes away. Then I said, "Okay, General." And then there was a message deleted there, and then underneath I wrote, "Hi, General, with all due respect, there's something I was thinking regarding your statement."
Before we get there, I think that's a different conversation, because if you look at the timestamp, he says to you at 12:48, he is 15 minutes away.
Yes.
And then you say, "Okay, Jen," at 12:48, and then what follows, it's at 16:49. So there is a gap there. So can we deal with that before we deal with what happens a few hours later? In terms of your meeting with him then?
Yes, we met.
Yes. Okay,
Yes, after this, we met at Kibla Park at the garage. So that's when we met, and
And what you then describe in your statement happened?
That's correct,
You entered his car, passenger side.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Perhaps I should ask you first, prior to this case of Ayrton and this engagement,
yes,
have you had any exchange or meetings with General Khan?
Yes, prior to this, there's a case that we did, and he was close to the, he knew the complainant, and I was investigating a case of, it was theft of diamonds or something like that. So that's when I first met him there.
Yes, I suppose the question to be more pointed, have you then exchange, have you ever exchanged private conversations as this one?
No, we
And
didn't.
have you arranged private meetings with him?
No.
Prior to this one?
No.
Okay. And then, as the chair correctly said, that you went to the car, you sat in his car, and what I need to find out from you is that one of the issues that he raised is when it comes to the drugs. You said to him, as far as you know, they belong to him, or at least as far as you are aware. What informed that conversation for you to say that to him?
Yeah, after our arrest, it was people were saying that those drugs belonged to him, General Khan. So when I related it to him, it was out of what I've heard from what people were telling me.
And who are the people?
Commissioner, the general people of the public.
Police officers, other police officers?
Yes, I can say so.
All
yes.
right.
The question is, were you saying in jest, were you serious, or it was just a joke?
No, it was serious.
It was quite serious when you said that?
Yes. But he laughed, obviously, he laughed it off, yes.
And that ended there?
Pardon?
That conversation ended there, at him laughing it off?
No, obviously, he said he was not interested in me. He wanted, they actually wanted Colonel Sipungu. And I responded by saying, but Colonel Sipungu, he was not even aware of this. I'm the one who phoned him to inform him about this, the drug bust. So there's no way that he can be involved, because it was as if Colonel Sipungu might have been the one who arranged everything. Then I was distancing Colonel Sipungu from that.
Before we continue on Sipungu, what I was asking is that you are sitting with a high-ranking police official in your car, and it's just the two of you, and you literally accuse him, or at least say to him, the drugs belong to him.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand that atmosphere, or is it called the bravery, to confront him with that information.
To be honest, commissioners, I was still upset with the way I was treated on the scene, and maybe that explains the bravery that you're saying, because I was still, I felt I was arrested for something that I didn't know. So maybe that explains the bravery.
And when he said to you, it is not you that he is after, I think he used the word, it is not me that they wanted.
Yeah.
What did you understand by they, and also what they meant, like they wanted Colonel Sipungu?
I think it was the DPCI. I believe it was him and the DPCI, because initially he requested to come to a meeting with General Kadwa. And I said, I won't be comfortable with that. And I still don't understand, I still don't know the reason why he wanted to invite General Kadwa to that meeting. So that's why I believe perhaps it was DPCI also when he said they. Because he didn't say I'm interested, he said we are looking for Colonel Sipungu.
And then what did you understand by wanting him, wanting Colonel Sipungu? Because I think you quickly said, no, it wasn't him, it was me. What did you mean by, what did you understand when he said they wanted him instead?
No, I understood that they, like, Commissioners, if I can put it like this, I first received a visit from these members from DPCI in prison. So I only found out at Major General Khan's hearing that he might have been the one who sent them to me in prison with the disguise that I want to give them information. So when he said they want General Sipungu, to me it appeared as if people who are looking for a scapegoat for what they did, or they arrested us, but now they don't have anything, so they are trying to get evidence to place on us. Because I still believe he was recording me on that day. I believe he was recording me.
Is that why you were then direct?
Yes.
On those at least accusations.
Yes.
And then two other issues arises from that conversation. He promised to give you a statement to use in your upcoming disciplinary hearing. What is that all about?
Right. So he said to me he could see that I was doing an honest job at the scene. So I requested him that, okay, if you saw that I was doing an honest job at the scene, can you please deposit a statement so that I can submit at my disciplinary hearing? Because I was now charged with the same matter where you are saying you could see that I was doing an honest job. So basically I was looking for his statement so that I can submit to my, as my witness.
Warrant Officer, if you look at that text on the 16th at 1649, it suggests that he did give you a statement, you looked at it, and you were not happy with the statement. Is that a fair reading of that text? Because you say here, Hi General, with all due respect, there's something I was thinking regarding your statement. As if he has already given you a statement, you looked at it, but you were not happy with the content.
No, it wasn't. He never gave. I think I wanted him perhaps to advise him how to put that statement. I believe maybe I wanted to, but he didn't respond. Then it ended there.
Yeah, but it doesn't gel with what follows, because it looks like your hearing was the following day. So when you say at 1649, there's something I was thinking regarding your statement, it looks like the statement was going to be presented the following day. You already had it, but you had misgivings about that statement.
No.
Because if you were only asking for a statement at 10 to 5, the hearing being the following day, then it just doesn't make sense. When were you going to get that statement, and when was he going to prepare it?
Commissioner Khumalo, I never received that statement. Maybe I was sending him a text to remind him in a way that I'm still waiting for that statement.
Yeah, but that's not what the text says.
Yes,
the text creates the impression, because you say, Hi General, with all due respect, there's something I was thinking regarding your statement.
Yes.
And that suggests you've already seen his statement, but you want it to be changed.
No, that's not what happened.
Because you're not asking him for a statement. At least we can agree on that the text doesn't say, here is a reminder that I'm still waiting for a statement or something like that.
I must say I might have been trying to be as polite as possible, because I was on his mercy for him to submit that statement.
No, Warrant Officer, it doesn't read that way to me.
I understand what Commissioner Khumalo is saying.
And it raises concerns, I must say to you.
But if I may respond to that, I didn't receive that statement. It's a fact. Thank you.
Officer, why did you not want General Kadwa to be part of your meeting with? Is there any specific reason?
There's no specific reason, Commissioner Baloyi. And I'd say I was not going to feel comfortable when both of them were there, because I didn't know what is it that he's looking for. He just wanted to meet me, and then he wanted to invite somebody else. And I was still confused as to what is it that he's looking for. And also with General Kadwa, I was still not okay with what I've heard he did at Poison's Court, because he came to influence the SPP to enroll our case, where I was promised I was going to be released. So I was not feeling okay with that. Thanks, Commissioner.
Warrant Officer, then on that text, so that exchange is on the 16th of September.
Yes.
Then the very next day, on the 17th, then General Khan says to you, "Good morning, good luck with your matter today."
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And keep in mind the concern that Commissioner Khumalo raised, that it seems to be that you have received a statement, and his greetings to you, it does not appear as if it's someone who still owes you something, because he's very aware that you're going for the hearing, you have agreed, and he starts the conversation at 8:28 to say to you, "Good luck with your matter." In fact, your response makes it worse, because you say, "Thanks, General." And that, I would put it to you, that it does not accord, it would not accord with someone who doesn't have a statement, because your answer would have been, I am still waiting for your statement. What's your comment, Warrant Officer?
Now, my response will be on page 19, underneath that, "Thanks, General." It was can I read it?
Yes.
Yes, thanks. It was postponed to Monday. I mentioned your statement and I was told I should bring it on Monday if it's ready. So I'm asking if it is possible to get it before Monday, General.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So I didn't have that statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then continue on the 22nd?
Pardon?
On the 22nd,
Oh,
there's
okay.
a chat.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
thanks. On the 22nd of September 2021, I texted, even in general, I was dismissed from the SAPS. Then it was at 2039, and then he responded, "Hi, Steve, I just got home now." It was 2248. It's 2022-48. "Sorry to hear about your dismissal." It was 2248. Then I saw the message the next morning, and then I responded, "Yes, it's difficult to take this, General, especially when I know I did nothing wrong, and perhaps your statement should have made a difference."
And that's a statement you never received.
I never received, yeah.
And then you also then, I think you promised to assist him to arrange a meeting with the informer.
Yes.
From your, at least from one of the two issues that you guys agreed upon. One is that you give you a statement, and then what became of the second agreement to say that you will make the informer available to him?
No, we never took it further, and he never called me back again after this, and I never communicated with him, so he never saw the informer after this.
And to date, you've never had further interaction with him?
Yes.
In terms of this matter, or at least the texts and calls?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Was this person also your informer? How would you have made him available to General Khan? I think it's Mr. Nku.
Yes, obviously I would have made arrangements with Mashaba to avail him.
No, my question is, was he your informer?
No, Commissioner Kumar.
So how could you make an undertaking to General Khan that you will make him available if he's not your informer and you don't know if Mashaba will agree to make him available?
Obviously, I was going to talk to Mashaba and then I would have taken it from there.
Yes, my point is, at the time you had not spoken to Mashaba, so you did not know that Mashaba would have been willing to make his informer available.
Yes.
In those circumstances, how could you promise General Khan that you will make an informer available to him? And how did you even know that this person was an informer? So I've got a couple of questions there. Having not spoken to Mashaba,
yes,
how could you make a promise to General Khan that you will make the informer available to him?
No, I believed if I speak to Mashaba, he won't have a problem to avail the informer.
Did you know Mashaba before?
No. But
No, just stop there.
Okay.
If you did not know Mashaba before, and you did not know this informer before, how could you confidently say to General Khan, I will make this informant available to you?
Commissioner, if I may explain, we went together to prison, and obviously we spoke, and we ended up understanding each other better and all that. And so when I said I'll make him available, I had an understanding that knowing Mashaba from prison, if I can talk to him, he wouldn't have a problem with him availing the informant.
And you assumed that the informant would agree to speak to General Khan?
Yes, that's what I assumed, yeah.
But you didn't know that?
Correct, Commissioner. Thanks.
Why would you want to make the informer available to General Khan if in that same conversation you say to him, there's talk that these drugs are yours? How do you explain that you are aware there's that kind of talk?
Yes.
About the general, that these are in fact his drugs? And you're not saying anything in your statement that suggests you didn't believe it. You mention it to him because it's what you have heard, and you say this is what people are saying about you.
Yes.
And yet, in that same conversation, you say, "I'll make the informer available to you." Can you just explain that behavior that, on the face of it, doesn't make sense?
Okay, I did not take it. It doesn't make sense at that time because I was also desperate for that statement, and also I believed with General Khan at Crime Intelligence and the informer, then it could have somehow. I could have introduced, they could have maybe exchanged information, both of them also. So it was based on that, the exchange of information as to, because what he was interested was how did the informer know about that?
Yeah, well that's what you tell us, that he was interested how the informer knew, but you've told him in that conversation as well, or you at least have background information, that's what you convey to him,
yes,
that actually they say you are involved in the dealing with drugs, or the trafficking of drugs,
yeah,
in whatever form. That's what is being said about you. And then you say, well, I'll expose you to an informer who informs on drugs being available and being brought into the country. At the very least, it seems to me that you, in fact, would have been putting the informer's life at risk if you expose him to somebody that you have heard they deal in drugs.
I accept that.
You accept that?
Yes.
It seems like a very poor choice.
Correct, Commissioner.
To have made in this case.
Correct, Commissioner. I accept that.
Okay. Thank you. And maybe a related question I might as well ask. There was talk that these drugs belong to General Khan. And you've said to the chairperson, this is within the police. At which level? Was it just corridor gossip? Was it among the juniors? Was it something that you say, well, even, I've heard that some of our senior people were aware of that or were part of that kind of talk? At which level was this information being shared, or these discussions happening in the SAPS?
It was corridor gossip, Commissioner. Casual chats, casual talks among colleagues, and yes.
Yes. And when you, I think as I understand the evidence, you there's a complaint that was laid arising from this incident or this drug bust.
Yes.
With IPID. IPID ended up
Correct.
being asked, and that included General Khan.
Yes.
And you would have, when I say you, I mean your group of
Yes.
arrested people would have been the ones that laid a complaint.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's where it flows from.
Yeah.
And specifically against General Khan, what was the complaint that was laid that you were asking him to be charged with or to be investigated?
It would have been the defeating the ends of justice and the theft of drugs.
And it didn't include that IPID should investigate the allegation that in fact he's involved with those drugs.
I understood it when I say theft of drugs, it would include those allegations, yes.
That he's involved.
Yes, yes.
This thing that you say was corridor talk.
Yes,
you thought.
correct.
But did you specifically say to IPID, I imagine IPID would have taken statements or
Yes.
interviewed people.
Yes.
Did you specifically say to IPID that there are in fact allegations that these drugs were General Khan's drugs?
No, I didn't. And simply because I did not have a statement to support my accusations. Yes. I didn't have those powers. Like, if I had the statement, then the person who was telling me, then I would have perhaps pursued it further.
You didn't think to mention it and leave it to IPID to investigate because you say there was corridor talk. I mean, it must have been serious enough, that talk or of such a quality that you later on do mention it to General Khan to say, this is what they say about you. So it wasn't passing comment in the SEPs. It must have been serious enough for you to mention it to him. And did you not consider that you should mention it to IPID and leave it to IPID to do the investigation? I mean, you obviously have not investigated it, so accept that. Did you not consider that in the light of because it's quite a serious allegation.
Correct.
To be made about someone so senior, it shows the seriousness of it and how you seriously took it, that you mention it to him. And so if you get to a point where you lay a complaint with IPID against him to do with drugs, that I would have thought you would say, he did all of this because you were complaining. This is their drugs.
Yes,
They're
yes,
defeating
yes.
the ends of justice. Right?
Yes.
I would have thought that statement would have and should have included you saying that, in fact, the talk is that these were his drugs. And perhaps that's what explains his behavior on the day. I don't understand that you didn't think that was important to mention.
Yeah, I accept that, but as I mentioned, I thought if the person who was telling me that is not willing or he won't be submitting a statement, it won't be material.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Warrant Officer, I want us to move back to the crime scene at Ayrton. In your statement, it's page 8. I want you to look at paragraph 23 of that statement, because that's what I want to test with you.
Paragraph
23. Now, at paragraph 23, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. Now, this is where you say that your observation is that after the scene was handed over to you, this is what you say. At this stage, the scene was under control. The exhibits were still secured in bags in their original forms, not tampered with. The crime scene was still under investigation as witnesses were interviewed and suspects under arrest. The doc unit was summoned as well as the photographer. Now, I want to test that statement of yours and that conclusion of yours with the with the national instruction. But before we get there, can you accept for a moment that you cannot seriously confirm that the drugs were in their original forms and not tampered with, because you wouldn't know that? You accept that? That
Yes,
is not,
sir.
it's not
Yes.
correct to say that they were
Yes,
not
I
tampered
accept
with.
that. I
Yes.
accept.
There's a file, it should say stain file. It's file 2.
CJC what?
It should be CJC 209.
209.
219 in fact.
219,
Yes.
sorry. Starting at page 130.
Yes, but I would like the chair to start at page 150 of that same document.
150.
150.
Perhaps before you start with this, may I just ask one or two questions? Warrant Officer, may I take you to paragraph 24 of your statement at page 8?
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes, there you say, that's at the end of the third line. You say, I can also confirm that the scene was, and I lay emphasis in what follows, handled in line with the SAPS National Instruction 1 of 2015. We have the testimony of Warrant Officer Mohana,
Yes,
who
Commissioner.
said the opposite. That is, everything that they could have done wrong, they did wrong. It was a mess, a complete mess in terms of handling a crime scene. There was even a report given by, what was the word used? There was an adjective used. It was a stuff up, something like that.
Yeah.
And when we put questions to him, if he accepted that was indeed so, he accepted all of those. And when I engaged him in the morning yesterday, he even accepted that both he and Chief, yes, were open quote, clueless, close quote. How can you say what you are saying here?
Commissioner, I have to concede that it's wrong. The scene was not in line with the National Instruction 1 of 2015. And I perhaps was mentioning about this, like mentioning the scene after my arrival.
No, that cannot be. That's about the scene as it should have been.
Yes.
You cannot focus on what you found. But anyway, there are problems even with regard to what you say, that is, which is what you found.
Yeah.
So your statement is totally untrue, correct?
Correct.
Why did you make that untruthful statement?
As I mentioned,
were you protecting your colleague, Warrant Officer Mohana?
No, Commissioner.
Why did you make the untruthful statement?
Hence, I'm saying it was, to me, it was understood that after my arrival, finding those things there. But I take the Commissioner's point that the scene should have started first.
Yes, maybe let me test you on what you say. That is, you were speaking to what you found. What do you mean by that exactly?
Speaking to the exhibits themselves.
And when you say the scene was in accordance with National Instruction 1 of 2015 with regard to what you found there, what do you mean by that?
I'm referring to the exhibits, Commissioner.
What do you mean by that?
Like that's what the evidence leader was asking above when I said the evidence, the exhibits were still secured in bags.
So what you found, go to page 109 of same file. Go to page 109.
Page 109.
109, yes.
It's
Do you see the black bucket? That's the file written. It's the very same file you have. Page 109.
Oh, this one.
Please project 109.
Thanks.
Is it not in the same file? Because otherwise we're going to have a problem when we get to 150.
No, it's in the stains file.
No, I understand. I had taken you to your statement, warrant officer, so I understand. But at 109, there seems to be problems with flighting that exhibit. Anyway, at 109, what you see there is the black buggy, an official vehicle used by warrant officer Mohana, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And we have there those black bags that are lumped at the back of that buggy. And we do see the red car somewhere in front on the right-hand side. That's your car, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
So you have arrived, you are at the scene. So this is how you found these exhibits, whatever the content was, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And based on what we see there, why is it that you say that the scene, open quote, was handled in line with the SAPS National Instruction 1 of 2015, close quote? Why do you say that, based on what we see here?
Yes. Commissioners, as I explained, I might have been wrong in referring it to the national instruction, and my concentration was on the exhibits, the security, like they were not stolen, and they were still.
How do you know that? How did you know that? How do you know that? How did you then, and how do you now know that they had not been stolen? You just find them lumped there, and there's nothing beyond that you know personally.
No, except for the statements of people of Scania as well as.
Do you not agree that it's fair when I say to you, you were trying to protect your colleague, Warrant Officer Mohana, by saying everything was in order insofar as how crime scenes should be handled? That's fair. That seems fair to me under the circumstances. Because one, you tell an untruth, and two, you then attempt to get out of that by saying, no, I was concentrating on what I found. But even that doesn't make sense. So what seems to make sense to me is that you were trying to protect your colleague.
No, I wouldn't do that, Commissioner.
What were you doing then? Telling a lie. What were you doing?
I do not have any explanation, but not that I was covering for him. Yes.
You just told a lie for the sake of it.
No, not really, Commissioner.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
And can you just, on the topic of covering up for your colleague, why did you say to your superior that Officer Makhanu is somebody from crime intelligence when we know that he's from Crime Information Analysis Center? Because your superior has deposed to 2 affidavits where he says, when you called him, you said to him, crime intelligence requires assistance from you to go to Ireton and help with a drug bust. So why would you mislead your superior? I mean, you must have known that Mokhane is not from crime intelligence.
No, honestly, I did not know. And what I understand even now, sitting here, is that SAMEC is another leg of crime intelligence. I might be wrong. So he always introduced himself, and like I said in my statement, most of the informers in that area, I got assistance from him when we were working. So that goes together with crime intelligence.
No, but you know he works at a police station. Is it Zonkizi's or what?
Correct. Yes.
But how can that be crime intelligence? Even I know that somebody who works at Zonkizi's police station is not crime intelligence. You, an experienced and seasoned police officer who has worked with this person in the past, who was previously stationed in Alberton, why would you not know that? And I'm raising this because you've created an impression in this commission that you had permission from your superior. He knew that you were supposed to be there. That's why you were there. But the truth is you misled your superior, because what you told your superior is that crime intelligence has requested your assistance. And on the basis of what you told him, he said, yes, go ahead. But what you told him was not true.
No, Commissioner Khumalo. From what I understand, Warrant Officer Mokhane, he works in, SIMEC it's another department in crime intelligence. So that's why I said he's from crime intelligence. And like I'm explaining, he's been giving information for, and people who are working with informers are from crime intelligence.
No, maybe everybody works with informers. I mean, even somebody from a local police station has informers. If you had said to your superior, a police officer from Zonkizizo police station is chasing drugs from Ekurhuleni to Johannesburg, and it's just him and a traffic official, the 2 of them only have called me to join them, I doubt that your superior would have said, yes, go and join them. Because you are at a level of a warrant officer. The only reason your superior allowed you to go there is because you told him that crime intelligence, he's specific in both his affidavits. He says you told him that crime intelligence asked for your assistance. And it was on that basis that he gave you the go-ahead. Hence I say you misled your superior. And it was on the basis of the information you gave him, which was misleading, that he allowed you to participate in this bust.
No, I would disagree with Commissioner.
Is your superior lying when he says you told him that crime intelligence asked for your assistance?
No, I told him that.
You told him that?
Yes.
And that is not true. Crime intelligence did not ask for your assistance.
But Warrant Officer Mokhane, although he said SIMEC is under crime intelligence.
So why did you not say to him, somebody in SIMEC at Zonkizizo police station is following a truck from Durban, and only him and a traffic officer are chasing it all the way to Ireton, and I'm joining only the 2 of them?
Honestly, I did not know about SIMEC up until our arrest, because to me, he works at crime intelligence. I'm not familiar with what is happening in Zonkizizo. He's working at crime intelligence. Whether SIMEC or what, he's at crime intelligence.
All right, let me leave it there. Thank you.
Can I just go back to your discussion with the chairperson about paragraph 24 of your statement, where you say, your explanation of that paragraph, of what you say there, is that you were explaining, you are speaking to after you arrived there, what happened after you arrived. You have your statement there, paragraph 24.
I'm still checking it. Page 24.
Page 8. That's in your statement.
Oh, okay.
Page 8.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. So the answer that you give to the chairperson cannot be correct, because you open that paragraph by saying primary responsibility of the first responding officer. So you're not the first responding officer. Makhane is the first responding officer. And then you say all of that was done. After saying, because that opening paragraph is about the responsibilities of the responding officer. That's what they must do. They must take control and secure the crime scene. 2, ensure integrity and originality. That whole list is what the first responder must do.
Correct.
Now, you say, if without your explanation, reading this paragraph, you are saying that's what Makhane did. That's what that paragraph conveys. And so, your answer to the chairperson that you're speaking only to the period after you arrived cannot be correct, cannot be the truth, in fact. The truth is you are conveying what Makhane did on that scene, and that is false, because he did not do any of that. And you had no way of knowing what he did when he got onto the scene.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, so it is false, firstly, what you represent in that whole paragraph.
Correct.
2, even if one were to entertain your explanation, which is you're speaking about after you arrived, you did not do any of that. You did not ensure the integrity and originality of evidence and exhibits. You found them on the van and you did nothing about them.
Correct, Commissioner.
Right? You didn't ask why, at least in your statement, you don't say, I asked why are they on the van? Where were they? You don't say that in the statement, but importantly, you didn't do B. Right?
Correct, Commissioner.
Investigate and process the crime scene thoroughly and undisturbed. The scene was already disturbed, so you're misleading when you say that's what happened. The first responder investigated and processed the crime scene thoroughly and undisturbed. And the rest of it, record facts and events properly. You did not do any of that. You tell us you took a statement from Jolene. You asked questions and started taking a statement. You're not even sure whether you completed that statement. You do say that.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. So none of that which is listed in paragraph 24A to G did you do personally.
Correct.
So your answer, that's another reason why your explanation that 24 is about accounting for what happened or what you did once you got there, it's not correct.
I agree.
It's a false representation of what happened.
I agree.
And it still raises the question, why would you mislead about something like this? And leads to, until you give a proper explanation, it leads reasonably to the conclusion that, well, you were trying to cover up. For Makhane, whatever you knew about what he did, you were covering up for him. Do you want to comment?
I agree with Commissioner Baloyi with all the points, but I'm honestly saying cover up, it was not in my mind when I wrote this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Maybe now that we are dealing with that first responder, Warrant Officer Makhane, you say in your statement that Warrant Officer Makhane handed over the scene to you. That's another misrepresentation. It did not happen at all. And the question again is, why would you say that when it did not happen? And it did not happen because Warrant Officer Makhane told us what happened. He said Mashaba was in charge of the scene. And we had a lengthy discussion with him about that, and he accepted that. He said Mashaba was the person responsible. And Makhane was asked the question, you were the first responder, you're SAPS, and you have a national instruction that tells you what do you do as SAPS when you arrive there. And he said, I accept. I didn't do what I should have done. Mashaba was in charge of the scene. He could not have handed up the scene to you. For that reason, again, that's a false misrepresentation. By you, or, and most unlikely, by Makhane when he says Mashaba was in charge of the scene. So one of you is not telling the truth. But we have the version of the first responder who says Mashaba was in charge of the scene. So it is false that he handed over the scene to you, because he couldn't hand it over to you if he wasn't in charge of it.
Commissioner, I hear what, and I agree with what you're saying. That's what he said, but the scene was handed to me by Mohana as the one who phoned me to come to the scene. As to why he denied being in charge of the scene, I don't know.
Yes, he called you to the scene. There's no question about that. He called you, and you tell us in a statement that he said, I want backup. Nowhere in your statement do you say to us, he called me and said, I want you to come and take control of the scene. So he's called and he said he wants backup. Now you are at the scene, and you say he handed the scene over to you. And all I'm putting to you is he couldn't, if on his own version he was not in charge of that scene, then he had no scene to hand over to you. He couldn't hand over to you. And either you or him are lying to the commission.
Can you please indulge me on the same topic? You said somewhere in your statement that in terms of the regulations, and you say this in the context of you lodging a complaint against the IPID officers and General Khan, those who came after you. And you say, regardless of the rank, if you arrive at a scene and you find a police officer there, you don't just give them instructions, you don't just take over from them. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm not misrepresenting what you said. And you say because they did that while you were already there, they acted improperly and they defeated the ends of justice.
Correct, Commissioner.
But my difficulty with that is that when you arrived at the scene, the subs vehicle that we see on page 109 of the Stain exhibits was already there, and there were already 2 uniformed police officers in a police vehicle who were there. And yet you did exactly the same thing. You bypassed them and purported to take over the scene. Isn't that unprocedural because you found them there? You should have let them tell you what is going on, what they found when they got there, and they are the ones who would have then handed over to you if they saw fit to do so. Isn't that correct?
No, Commissioner. What happened is the first member on the scene, we agree it was Mohana, SAPS member, it was Mohana. So if it was supposed to be the Boysen's members to hand over the scene to me, it would have been Mohana handed over the scene to them and then to me. So hence I'm saying...
Were you not listening to Commissioner Baloyi when she says Mohana has already said it was not his scene, it was Mashaba's scene. So if anybody needed to hand over, then it would be Mashaba. But because Mashaba, the prescripts of SAPS don't apply to him, the officers who were there, who were in uniform, who were responding to a complaint that both Mashaba and Mahane are criminals who are impersonating police officers and they are trying to hijack a Scania truck. SAPS officers went there to prevent that. When you arrive there, you find a police van with SAPS officers presumably in uniform. They don't hand over to you what they are investigating because they are there investigating a hijacking attempt of a truck.
Correct.
Right?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as they are concerned, that's the scene, the hijacking of a truck. And the suspects are Mohane and Mashaba. But when you get there, you bypass those police officers and you start doing whatever it is that you were doing. It's not clear because you did nothing to the exhibits that were in the back of the bakkie. You did not touch them, you did not secure them, you did nothing to them. So it's not clear exactly what you did when you got there, other than these seals that you handled improperly as it appears. So even on your version, it seems that you did not comply with the prescripts as you have explained them.
If I may answer, Commissioner, yes, the 2 Boysen police attended the scene on the basis of a truck hijacking, but it ended up, it's not a truck hijacking, it's the scene of Mashaba and Mukhana of possession of drugs. It's no more their mandate that they came for. It is the other way around.
And according to you, the scene was not the Baki, the scene was the entire area.
Yes, I'll take
Did
that.
you cordon off the 7 Series BMW that was parked nearby? Did you search it to look for exhibits, including this 60,000 rands that was found inside
No,
of it?
to be honest, Commissioner Khumalo, that car, I was not even, because it was standing there, I did not even know, like, as I said in my statement, the first time I saw the driver was when we were in the back of the buggy, because I was concentrating on what I was doing.
So which scene did you secure then, according to you?
Where the drugs were. As I mentioned on that tape, when they were, because that's where my scene was, where I was concentrating.
And how did you know it was drugs? Because you did not open the bags and look inside. How did you know it was drugs?
The smell.
What?
With the smell.
Smell of what?
Of cocaine.
You could smell cocaine?
Yes.
And you could tell that it was cocaine?
It was suspected cocaine, yes.
Is that why you arrested the 3 people?
Correct. But they were not arrested by me physically.
You said you gave somebody the tape to handcuff them.
Yeah, it was Captain Midupi. Actually, he's the one on page 109 of Stain's bundle.
But
yes.
you gave, what did you call it, the tape that you said?
The cable ties.
Cable ties.
Yes, Commissioner.
You gave the instruction that they should be arrested.
Yes.
And why? Why did you give instructions that these 3 people should be arrested?
For possession of drugs.
But how do you know they possess drugs? Because you arrived there and you found drugs in the back of the buggy. How do you know that these 3 people possess drugs?
Because the statement, Commissioner, were that those drugs are from the truck that he was driving.
Yes, but you're not arresting the driver. You're arresting 3 people. So why were you arresting the other 2 people?
No. As I explained in my statement, yes. The person that I requested Captain Medupi to cuff, it was the driver. Yes. And I was busy taking a statement on the second person. So the decision whether to arrest or release was going to be finalized when Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke arrives.
So you arrested the driver on the basis that you could smell the cocaine, and because you were told that he was driving the truck, you concluded that he was in possession of the drugs.
Correct.
And you gave an instruction that he should be arrested.
Not per se, Commissioner Khumalo. When I arrived at the scene, he was arrested, right? And
no, you said you gave instructions that he should be cuffed with the...
Yes, I'm coming there. Yes. So while the scene was chaos, he was now standing on the other side. Then I went to fetch him and handed over to him, to Captain Midupi to cuff with the cable ties.
Okay.
Early today, you mentioned what your experience with narcotics or drugs is. Do you remember? You were being questioned by Mr. Musigiri.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And my sense was that you don't have much experience. Am I correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And I think you said the largest consignment you would have been involved in was something like 5 kg?
Correct, Commissioner.
And 5 kg of what?
I think it was cat.
Cat,
yes.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
And not cocaine, obviously.
Correct.
Now, I'm interested to know how you would have smelt the cocaine.
No, with the smell that was coming from the back, obviously, one could smell that it would be. Although I did not know if it's a cocaine or it was.
Do you know how cocaine smells?
Right now I know how it smells.
At the time, did you know how cocaine smelled?
Hence I was saying, Commissioner, I did not know
You did not know?
Yes, what kind of a drug
But
it
in
was.
response to Commissioner Khumalo, is that not the impression you gave, that is, you could smell the cocaine?
Yes, I should have said I could smell suspected drugs, or I said suspected cocaine, if I remember well.
Meaning you smelled cocaine, that's what you meant in response to Commissioner Khumalo?
Yes.
So that was untrue?
No, it
Because
is.
you've just said now, at the time you did not know how cocaine smells. So it was untrue to respond to Commissioner Khumalo that you could smell the cocaine because at the time you did not know how it smells.
But there was a smell coming out of the bags, Commissioner.
We're talking about cocaine.
Oh,
you
okay.
say you did not know at the time how cocaine smells.
Yes, I agree, Commissioner.
But in response to his question, you said you could smell the cocaine. So I'm saying if you did not know how cocaine smelled, you could not, or it would be untrue to have responded to Commissioner Khumalo by saying you smelled the cocaine. That was untrue, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
You've told quite a number of untruths when all three of us are engaging you on a number of issues. Do you want to explain why you've told that many untruths, Warrant Officer?
It is not per se that it is untruth, Commissioner. Maybe it is how I explain or express, because I wanted to say I could smell it was drug, but not cocaine. But I understand I already considered it was cocaine, and that statement was false. So I do not have any.
It's untrue, so you cannot change that, and you've basically accepted that it was untrue, so you cannot make it true. You've already accepted it was untrue. So I don't understand what purpose the explanation serves. Do you think it serves any explanation?
I suppose so, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, you are at the National Investigation Unit.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's what you say.
Yes.
Is that the same thing that is commonly referred to as NIU? There is something called NIU, and
Correct.
I think here in your when you first explain, the acronym you give though is NINU.
Yeah, that's the correct one, NINU.
It's the same unit that is normally referred to as just NIU, or there's another unit called NIU?
There's another unit of investigation, NINU.
Okay, which is where you are.
That's correct,
And then NIU?
NIU is another unit of the intervention unit.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a different unit.
It's a different unit, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 2.5, you set out of your statement, you set out your duties in the NINU.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's still correct. That's what that unit does.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. It's blue light robberies, airport following robberies, head office inquiry files, and high-profile cases as determined by the Minister of Police, Deputy Minister of Police, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, and political leaders. So you've told us what that unit does.
Correct, Commissioner.
The request from Mr. Makhane is not one of those.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. How do you get involved with it? You are in Pretoria. I think you're based in Pretoria.
Yes, I'm based there.
You get called out to the East Rand by a station-based person who is in fact an office-bound person. He's not a detective. He's accepted. He's told us that. He's accepted that. You get called out to come to this operation on something that is not anyone of what you say is the functions of your unit. Can you explain why you get involved with it? It's far from you, jurisdictionally even. It's far from you, and you go and get involved with it. From someone who is not a detective, for that matter.
Okay, I'll start with the jurisdiction part. I'm working nationally, hence in May of that same year, I was in Richards Bay, Emangu. I forgot that circuit court, the High Court, where we were dealing with another matter there. Okay, so we work nationally. So, and then the issue of involving myself, I first requested permission from Colonel Sipungu, and had he said no, don't go, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, well, it's another question why he said you can go. Don't concern yourself with his reasons for giving you permission to go. I'm having the discussion with you that you get a call from someone whose job is he's office bound. You say he's crime intelligence. Well, we know he doesn't do this job. He told us that his job is administrative. He's in the office. Even his superior said that about him. You get a call from that person, and then it doesn't fall in any one of these. It's not blue light robberies. It's not airport following robberies. It's not a head office inquiry file or high profile case, as you've described. And so I'm asking you to explain your decision to become involved with something like that, which is so out of your functions or the functions of your unit as you describe them.
Commissioner, I got permission. I got involved by requesting first permission to attend.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I could ask you, and maybe your answer is as good as it will ever be, that why did you ask for permission about something that has nothing to do with you? That's really my question. Why did you decide to become involved with it? You could have said to Makhane, look, I can't help you. Go find somebody else or refer him to people that you know in your unit deal with these kind of things. Or the right DPCI, SANEP, the ones that I think you say you referred him to, you call SANEP eventually. You don't do that.
Yeah, the reason is the information was supposed to be attended to. So maybe the delay in attending to that the drugs would have disappeared.
No, he didn't say to you the drugs are going to disappear. He said, we have information. Come meet me in Alberton. We have information. And then you say, yes, once you've identified positively, come back to me. So don't do maybe the drugs would have disappeared. He never said that to you.
Yes.
And you never said to us there was urgency. In fact, I want to suggest to you that forget any explanation that seeks to suggest there was urgency to this. There wasn't. Makhane and Mashaba had it under control. They followed the truck. They went to the depot. They followed the truck. They got to Scania. They reported themselves. The buggy went in. So there was no agency that required your involvement. So don't let that enter my conversation with you. My question still is, this has nothing to do with your functions. All there is a connection. You and Makhane are friends. You've worked together before. You've told us that, and he continues to give you information. That's the only connection. He calls you about something that has absolutely nothing to do with your unit and with your duties in particular. Why do you not say to him, find somebody else? You choose, I'll get involved. Especially something that you know nothing about. You've never done drug busts. You've told us about 5 kilogram. You think it was cat. You've never done a truck is coming, it has drugs, we have information. Why do you choose to be involved with this? And the question is asked because the circumstances of this operation including the involvement of Mr. Makhane, of Warrant Officer Makhane, is deeply suspicious. That's why the question to you.
No.
Yes.
I understand. And Commissioner, I honestly assisted because I was available and there was no like, and I seek permission and it was granted. That's the only reason why I could say I attended.
Okay. And you tell us in your statement that Warrant Officer Makhane asked for backup. You say that at paragraph 6 of your statement.
Yes,
he says
yes.
that he needed backup. What does that mean when you get a call to say, I need backup?
Backup would include the role players of whatever the crime that you are busy investigating.
So you're not saying that in your statement. You're not saying he told you, get me the role players. He calls you, he says, I want backup.
Yes.
So you understood that he needs you to
Role
come and
players, yes.
to come and assist him at the scene. Because if he had said to you, I want you to find me role players, you would have said it in your statement.
Yes, by virtue of telling me to back up, then I know that kind of crime will need a photographer, will need a doc unit, and so on. That's why I started by calling them to the scene.
Okay. And you do that without knowing whether he has called those people, because you don't tell us in your statement that he said to you, I want backup, which means I need you to call people. You're not the only one, remember, that he calls for
Yes.
backup, and not
Yes.
everybody did what you did.
Yes.
You become very busy from the outset. You start calling people to come to the scene when all he has said to you is, I want backup, which brings me to the question of what in fact did he say to you that makes you so active to now start calling people and gathering people to go to the scene?
There's a paragraph where I mentioned that he told me that he's been trying to get other people who are out of the province or others who sponsor off. Although I didn't write it in the statement that he said he phoned, because he told me about Doc Unit as well. He phoned Maja and he couldn't come and assist. So I included it in that statement that I made, that he wanted me to call. He told me that he was calling other people, but who are not available and all that.
Have you ever had to organize? I understood your evidence earlier that you've never had to organize or manage a scene. You've never had to do that.
The drug scene of this magnitude, yes.
Did a drug scene? Have
Yes.
I understood you correctly?
Yes, correct.
And I may have, you can correct me, I understood it to be, so you don't have experience in crime scene management.
I'd say I have experience in crime scene management, particularly.
Because you have managed a scene before?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
just not drugs?
Yes, Commissioner.
Just not drugs?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So when you, without experience, when you get that kind of call and you understand backup to mean he needs the different role players, why do you not call the people that have experience in that instead of calling everyone else that you've called? Why do you not, the first call make, why don't you call SANEP, which you do much later?
Yes.
Why do you not call LCRC, which you do? You tell us once you're at the scene, you do that.
Yeah.
Why are you calling all these other people? I have a long list of the people that you have called along the way. And the question is, why are you not calling SANEP? You know there are people who have experience in matters like this.
No, Commissioner, as I said, the first call I made, it was to Captain Midupi. Captain Midupi is my immediate commander, and he also came to the scene. And then...
You were calling him to say what to him? I thought you called him to get permission to go.
No, Captain Midupi came to assist at the crime scene.
Okay.
Yes. Colonel Sepungu is the one that gave permission.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, after Captain Midupi, I phoned the doc unit. And then they are the ones that told me that a Lieutenant Colonel of SANEP has the similar inquiry. So I did not need to call other people because I believe that when he comes, he'll take over the scene.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And just to be sure, did Warrant Officer Makhane ask you specifically to organize role players for him? Did he tell you, I haven't done this, I need you to call the forensic laboratory, for example, because you called the forensic laboratory?
Yes, that's another one. Because initially when I phoned the forensic lab, I was of the opinion that they still come to the crime scene and package everything. So that's when I was told they no more do that. So when he phoned me to say he wants backup, so I understood it. He wants me to arrange every role player for that scene.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, I think I had referred you to the National Instruction 1 of 2015. Can we start at page 150?
So
that's the
bundle?
CJ's, the stain bundle, CJC 219. So you will see the warrant officer that on that page there is a summary of the crime scene process, and it says that crime scenes can broadly be divided into the following phases, and it lists about, let's go through them in fact, because it actually tells you where to find them. So the first phase will be the reporting, and then the activation, the responding, controlling, the handover, the planning, the investigating and processing, debriefing, restoring, releasing, and the last one will be evaluation. And in this case, because you had at least testified that you were involved at the handover, I want us to go and look at the handover phase as to what that entails, as you at least allege in your statement. That will appear on page 140, so you have to go about 10 pages back. And you will see there at 12, it deals with the handover. The first phase would have been dealt with by Warrant Officer Makhane yesterday. And then this is under continuity of control. It says the first responder must remain in control of the crime scene until he or she hands the cordoned area over to the crime scene commander and hands the activities beyond the outer cordon off to the CCC or the CJOC. You accept that, at least on your version, then you would have at least tried to fit yourself as the crime scene commander if we accept for a moment that Warrant Officer Makhane handed the scene to you. You accept that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, the following page, at 3, it deals with the designation of the crime scene commander. It says that the dispatcher must, depending on the information obtained, identify the appropriate investigating unit in accordance with the contingency plan and report the incident to the relevant duty officer of the unit. We are on 3H. Yes. And I put it to you that you did not do that. You did not identify the investigating unit in accordance with the contingency plan.
Where are you reading? Sorry, Commissioner.
If you go to, are you on page 141?
Yes.
If you go to 3,
3, yes.
3A, it says that the designation of the crime scene commander, we have established that on your version, that should be you. Then it says that the dispatcher, depending on the information obtained, identify the appropriate investigating unit in accordance with the contingency plan and report the incident to the relevant duty officer of that unit. None of that happened. You accept that at least? Because there was no report, there was no plan.
No,
in action.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm still trying to digest this because the dispatcher. These are the roles of the dispatcher.
Do you see that it says designation of the crime scene commander?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Perhaps let me help you. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Go to number 5.
Okay.
And it talks about the responsibility of the crime scene commander following the first handover. Once the first handover has taken place, the crime scene commander must take control of the scene and ensure the signing of the first responder report, annexure D2. And we accept in your case there was no report given to you by Mahani.
No, there was no report.
Yes. And then say obtain a comprehensive C-trap from the first responder. Did you receive any of that?
Comprehensive, like in what? No, I didn't receive anything of that.
Yes. And then I would take you, if you go to the following page, on 13, it deals with the planning phase. And this is the important one. It says that the planning activity is the key to successful crime scene processing. This includes, inter alia, a walk through the crime scene by the crime scene commander and meetings with the role players such as the crime scene examiner, forensic pathology official, other experts, and emergency personnel. And it says at 13.2a, the crime scene commander must evaluate the situation and, if appropriate, do the first walk through the scene, the crime scene, taking into consideration that the route used might need to be processed prior to the walkthrough. Appropriate PPE must be worn. And you accept that none of that happened. You did not walk to assess the situation. You did not, at the very least, have meetings with other people except the 3 that you mentioned, or the 2 that you mentioned, and you did not wear any PPEs. You accept that?
Yeah, but I made a walkthrough when I first went to introduce myself to Mokana and Mashaba, and then went to the Boysen's police officers, and I also approached the witness who I was busy with, and I considered that within 30 minutes of my arrival, the scene was now starting to be chaos, uncontrollable.
In your statement, you say nothing about doing the walk through the scene. It's quite clear you say that you met Warrant Officer Makhane and he introduced you to Mashaba and briefed you on what happened, and then what you did was to then instruct them, together with the assistance of the boys and police, to cordon off the area, and you started conducting the interviews, and later on you told Captain Midubi to arrest, or at least to effect the arrest of the driver. Nothing of sort to say you, and it says you must first walk through. You did not do that. You accept that?
I accept that.
And even if you walk through, you never wore the PPEs.
Yes, I did not wear the PPE.
Yes. And for the purpose of this conversation, I think they're quite, the rest of the requirements are quite obvious and apparent that they were not met. What I want to read to you is at least on E, it says you must keep the crime scene, well, when I say you as the commander, the crime scene commander, you must keep a crime scene report updated. And you never said that. You never attempted to keep a report. All you did was to rush to start taking statements. What's your comment?
Commissioners, if I may say, yes, that's true what happened. But when you get to the crime scene, this administration is difficult to go through it, like to complete it. When you are at the scene, you are concentrating on statements, exhibits, and whatever it is. So I accept. I did not complete that thing, but it was because of I was.
Are you suggesting, warrant officer, that compliance with this instruction is optional?
No, I'm not saying optional, Commissioner.
Yeah.
However, in a normal day-to-day working, it is difficult. I'm not saying it's optional. It is a mandate.
So when you find it difficult, you may choose not to comply with it.
No, you don't. No.
Please make me understand.
No, you have to still do it with difficulty. Yes.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr.
Just
Msigiri.
out of interest, how many bags were in the back of the van, the black bakkie?
23, Commissioner.
23. And what was inside? Did you count? Did you check what was inside? Inside the bags themselves?
When I arrived, or as we were arrested?
At any stage before you were arrested? Because you say your responsibility was to look after the exhibits. You didn't have time to do the walkthrough. So I'm just testing with you whether you actually looked after the exhibits and you checked that they were secure.
Yes, I checked on the exhibits, and
what did you check?
That they were still the way they were when I arrived on the scene.
So you found the bags in the back of the bakkie, and you were satisfied that they were still in the back of the bakkie?
Yes, that's
all you did?
Yes.
The primary scene, did you know where it was? The primary crime scene?
Yes, at the back of the trailer, yes.
Did you check that?
It was now impossible because the truck was now reversed to the loading bay, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Warrant officer, I think the point I was trying to at least converse with you, it's simply that you were not the appropriate person to deal with the situation, and you were not equipped in terms of your experience and knowledge of what you were required to do, even if you were to accept that you attempted to act as a crime scene commander. Do you accept that?
I accept, basically because I wanted to, like, I believed I was securing the scene up until the relevant people arrived. So I was doing that to the best of my ability.
Yes, you've established that, but that does not accord. That does not accord with what is required of a crime scene
yes.
commander.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Chair, it's 1 o'clock. I don't have any further propositions to put to the witness in terms of this crime scene, unless the chair has further questions or the commissioners.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. I will not look to you, Mr. Musigiri, but to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, perhaps I can benefit from the lunch hour that we had. Maybe just get some clarity from the warrant officer, then I'll hand it to your commissioners.
Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant officer Pakula, I spent the lunchtime trying to figure out what you were trying to say to the chair. And in particular, and to give context to it, is that you specifically testified, and it's in your statement as well, at paragraph 12, that one of the people that you called to the scene is your brother, Sergeant Pakula, who works in a dog unit. That you remember that?
Yes, I remember that, Commissioner.
Yes, the canine unit. And you accept that the reason why you need dogs to be there is to sniff out possible drugs at the premises, among other things.
Yes, correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And I spent the whole lunchtime trying to figure out, looking at different sources, following from what the exchange we're having with the chair, that you could smell or you can smell cocaine. And I think your version was then to say, no, it's not cocaine, I could smell drugs on the scene. You remember that? Remember that exchange between you and the chair?
Yes.
Yes. And in this particular instance, I want to demonstrate to you that is complete untruthfulness to say that you could smell cocaine. Otherwise, first of all, you would not need to have sniffer dogs if you yourself could smell any drugs, as you put it, whatever format that they are. Because when you say you can smell drugs, that means you can sniff out any of those drugs. But in particular in this matter, I want to have a look at this picture of how these drugs were wrapped. Chair, can we go to CJC 204?
CJC
204.
204.
Yes. That is a picture of the bags containing the alleged drugs at that stage. And if you go further down, you'll see that those bricks in there, they are tightly wrapped. In fact, a witness came to testify here on Monday, specifically on how tightly wrapped these drugs are, especially because they have to travel across the ocean to avoid moisture and anything else. So they are tightly wrapped with plastic and also with labeling materials, and put inside the
Actually, sorry to interrupt. Actually, from what we see at page 4, 2 pages back, yes, there's what looks like plastic, just ordinary black plastic. And then my understanding is that inside those, let's go to page 5, inside those there's a canvas bag.
Yes.
And then inside the canvas bag is what you see on top of this canvas bag, and also where you took us to, Mr. Musigiri. You see this warrant officer at page 6.
Yes,
it's so it's the outer plastic bag, it's the canvas bag, and then it's the plastic wrapping inside the canvas bags.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, you may continue with your point, Mr. Musigiri.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the point I'm putting to you is that not only were you untruthful to the Chair when you say you could smell cocaine, but I'm putting it to you, given how they are wrapped, given the research that I've conducted over the lunchtime, you cannot smell, you could not have possibly smelled any drugs under those circumstances. So your version that you could smell the drugs, it's completely false. What do you say?
I disagree with you, Commissioner. That's how, there was one bag, I'll look at the pictures that was opened. In one of the pictures, it shows the bag that was open. So from then, that's when you could see that.
Maybe let's then explore this. Did you go there with your nose smelling each and every bag? Or how did the smelling happen?
No, I can't go.
Sorry?
No, I didn't go through each and every bag. But from what I could see with the package, with the packaging and all that, I could suspect it's drugs there, and from the smell that came from touching these things.
No, but you didn't touch anything on your own testimony. But that's besides the point. You could not have smelled the drugs wrapped in that way, and second, the drugs do not smell. And your suggestion that you could smell the drugs, it's completely false.
No, I disagree.
Unless you are a special corp that can smell drugs.
Can you please explain this thing you are saying about a bag? You say that was open.
Yes, at the later stage, there was a bag that was, I think one of the bags was open.
You say at a later stage. At what stage was that?
During that chaos. I can't remember exactly when it was, but it was during that chaos that when...
I also took you to page 5, and the bag at page, the canvas bag at page 5 is open. Is that what you mean by an open bag?
No, not this one, Commissioner.
What do you... 7. There's another one at 7. Is that what you mean?
No, from the pictures that are on top of when they were still on top of the buggy.
On the buggy?
Yes, Commissioner.
So you want that picture where your car is in front,
yes.
to the right. You want that picture?
I think it's that one, Commissioner.
Can you please take us to that picture?
109. Same file.
Yes, please show us the open bag. Are you there?
Yes.
Show us the open bag.
Please look at the screen behind you.
Oh, yes. I think it was one of these. Can I point?
Yes, please. Which one?
As you can see, the plastic was already torn off.
And so?
So from touching, then you could smell.
No. So I don't see any difference between this and what I showed you at, was it 5 and 7? There's no difference. There is not just it's not just tears on the plastic bag, but these have actually been taken out of the bags, and yet you see that what's inside is still sealed. It's still sealed in plastic. So it's not as if once you have tears like you show us there, you see drugs that are bare, uncovered.
No, they were not bare.
Yes,
they were bricks inside.
So I don't understand then, just because you saw tears on the bags, that should mean that you could then smell the drugs.
It's my submission, Commissioner.
No, you're just relying on that just because you saw the tears on the plastic bags, that's all.
No, Commissioner.
But anyway, all of that is irrelevant, because when I engaged you earlier, you accepted that you have no idea whatsoever how cocaine smells. And yet you had said to Commissioner Khumalo, you smelt the cocaine. And on that basis, I said you lied, because Later, when I'm engaging you, you accept that you do not know how cocaine smells, and yet you had said you smelt the cocaine. So I'm saying none of this is irrelevant to the extent that now you are digging in your heels, as it were. All of that is irrelevant because the bottom line is that you lied. You do not know how cocaine smells, and you lied when you said to Commissioner Khumalo you smelt the cocaine. So I don't think...
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
We can't take it further, but perhaps to say to him, the proposition I want to put to him is that, in essence, then, if he could not smell, then he must have known for a fact that there are drugs there. And the question is, how did he know that it's in fact cocaine in there? Because he couldn't have smelled.
No,
what is your comment?
I did not know for a fact what kind of drug is that one. I did not know that for a fact.
And just to close it, you are now relying on the obvious tears that you see to try to bolster your version that you did smell. I will not say cocaine because you accepted you do not know how it smells. To bolster your version that you smelled drugs. Your comment?
No, I'm not taking advantage of the back, Commissioner.
And what drugs? What smell of drugs was this that you are referring to? We know that you do not know how cocaine smells, but you say that you smelled drugs. What drugs? And what smell of drugs?
No, it should have been any scent that was coming from.
And what makes that drugs?
Because the information was that it's suspected drugs, I concluded it.
So it becomes drugs just because you've been told that the suspicion was that there were drugs in the truck?
Yes, Commissioner. That's how I came to that conclusion.
Thank you.
Maybe let me start off by adding, you've heard what the evidence leader says he's proposing in fact was happening. Let me add to why the explanation that you're giving to why you say you smelled cocaine and later drugs is not correct. It can be. It's untruthful actually, because you said to us in your testimony earlier, you did not touch those bags that you found, that you saw in the bakkie, because you did not want to contaminate the exhibits any further. That was your evidence. When you were asked, why did you not, now that you're in charge of the scene, why did you not order that those bags should be taken off the bakkie, because they shouldn't be on the bakkie? And you said, I didn't want to touch anything further because they had already contaminated that. So it's a lie that you touched those bags on the basis of that kind of evidence. Or you did touch the bag, and so you lied earlier when you said, I didn't want to touch the bags. I didn't touch them. I didn't want to touch them because they had already been contaminated. The two can't both be true. Do you accept that?
I accept that, Commissioner.
Okay. The second reason I say your explanation is false is that you wouldn't have written in your statement, there's that paragraph where you describe the scene. You say the crime scene was handled and there was nothing out of place. Yes. If you had seen that one of the bags was torn or was open, you would have said that. Otherwise, you saw it and you lied and said the scene was intact. Everything was in place when in fact you had seen that there was a bag that was open. So again, the two versions can't stand. You can't say there was a bag on the scene that was open when in fact your statement says there was full compliance with the instruction on handling a crime scene. All the exhibits were in their original place, and they were I think the word, I don't remember the word, but they were They were not tampered with, basically. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Commissioner, if you can look at this picture, the scene was now out of my control.
Yeah, so you didn't touch at this point. This is a picture you see after the fact, when now things with a trial. You didn't see it on the day, this picture. So do not use this picture to support what you're saying. You either on the scene, when you touch the exhibits. Yes. Actually, at paragraph 23 of your statement, you say, at this stage, the scene, you were speaking to Jolene, she was shaken. And then at 23, you were trying to take a statement. And at 23, you say, at this stage, the scene was under control. The exhibits were still secured in bags in their original form, not tampered with. The crime scene was still under investigation as witnesses were interviewed and suspects under arrest. Dog unit was summoned as well as the photographer. So you tell us and whoever you were reporting to at the time that the bags were in their original form, they were not tampered with. So when you say now to us that one of the bags was torn, what I'm saying to you, what I'm putting to you is then paragraph 23 is untruthful, where you communicate that the exhibits were in their original form, because according to you, a bag was torn, was open. And your statement should have said that, if that was the case. You want to comment?
Yes, please, Commissioner Baloyi. At that time, while I was taking down the statement after my arrival, it was intact. Yes. So this photo shows at a later stage. As you can see, that's when Mohana is already is placed in the car, and the scene was no more in our control. That's where I observed that scene.
No, you touched. You touched. Remember, the issue now is the scene being. You say you touched. A bag was open. That's the only way you could have touched.
Yes.
So the bag had to have been open.
Yes.
For you to touch it.
Yes.
And smell it.
Correct.
Yes.
And I also admit that I did not put that in my statement.
So you're saying to us now that you in fact did touch the exhibits while you were on the scene.
Correct, yes, that's what I'm saying.
So when you told us earlier that you did not touch, when you were asked specifically the question, why did you, when you got there and you saw these things on the back of the bakkie, why did you not instruct that they be removed? Why did you not remove them? And you said, I saw that they had already been touched, and I didn't want to add further to what is the word? Tampering, yes. Contamination is the word I was looking for. Thank you, Chair. You didn't want to contaminate further. So earlier on, you told us you didn't touch these bags. Now you say you touched it.
Correct.
But they can't both be true. There's where one of them is false. You can choose, you can tell us which one is false, because you said two different things that cannot both be true. One of them is false. The question is, and maybe let's simplify it so that we finish very quickly this question, which of the two versions that cannot stand together is false?
I think let's take it this way, Commissioner. I did not submit it in the statement that I touched. So if the paragraph 20, the one that the Commissioner was reading, it is what it is when I arrived at that time.
Okay, I want to be clear. Are you now telling us you did touch these exhibits while they were on the scene? Is that what the last word on this?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so your earlier evidence that you didn't touch these because you didn't want to contaminate them any further is false. It must follow. That statement is false.
I concede, Commissioner.
Thank you. The other question, the question that I wanted to ask is, you You are told by General Khan to stand down, you tell us.
Yes.
And you understood, you were asked the question, what does that mean? And it is, don't be involved any further. In the light of that kind of instruction, you go to the bakkie to retrieve the two,
Seals.
what do they call it? So the seals, I think it's too long in the days. you go to retrieve the two seals. Did you put those seals there?
No.
How did you know they were there?
I knew because I was with Mokhana and Mashaba on the scene.
So you did go to the front of the van? Because you tell us those
Yes.
seals were on the seat.
On the left passenger side, on the where the foot.
So you went and you saw them there, the seals.
Yes.
Did you ask why are these seals here? Because you know that's not the original site of those scenes. That's not where they were originally, those exhibits. Did you ask Mokhane, where do these come from? As in, where did you remove them and why are they here?
Yes, he explained. He found this like the seals. One of the seals was broken, and the other one he found in the back of the trailer.
Did you ask him why did he remove them where they were? You know about crime scene management. You've told us that you know. So you know that things must be left in situ, right? Until the photographer and LCRC arrives and take note of everything that's there. You know all of those things. Did you ask Warrant Officer Mokhane, why did you remove them from where you found them?
Yes, and his explanation was simply because he wanted to put them safe where when the photographer comes, they can be easily accessed.
Did you tell him that's not what we do? That's against, you've contaminated the scene.
Yes.
So when you now want to take them to the photographer after you were told, stop being involved, you continue to be involved.
Yes.
When you want to take them to the photographer, you want the photographer to do what with them?
No, she take photos and
in your hands. Would you? They are not where they're supposed to. One, they've been removed from their original position in the container. Two, you've removed them from where Mokhano put them. Mokhano and Mashaba. You've removed them. So you removed them from two locations. When they've been removed from two locations, the photographer comes. You don't take the photographer to where you say you found them, so that the photographer can take them in that position and say, well, this is where I found them. We need to get an explanation. You take them. Your intention is what? Is to hold them in your hand and say, here are the seals, take pictures of them.
Commissioner, remember when I'm told to stand down, I have to hand over the scene, obviously. So the exhibits that was in my possession, I had to give it over to the photographer.
So that which was put by Mokhane in your car, in his car, is in your possession. That's how you're telling us now.
No,
actually, the seals were in your possession.
As a crime scene manager, the seal was as well. I was accounting for it, so that's why I handed over to the photographer.
Sibula was there at that point. He had arrived at the scene.
No.
He hadn't yet arrived.
No, I haven't seen him. Yes.
Okay, but do you know? If you didn't know then, do you know that what you did is contrary to proper crime scene management? That you remove those seals from where you found them, and you want to take them to the photographer. Do you know now that that's not proper crime scene management?
I'd like to put it like this, Commissioner. When we deal with such scenes where exhibits might get lost or whatever the reason might be, you have to take steps that will preserve whatever it is the exhibit that you are. And at that time, I thought I'm doing the right thing by taking them to the photographer.
No, you couldn't have thought you were doing the right thing. There was no way of it getting lost when all that's happening is the photographer taking a picture. If you went to the photographer, they've been sitting there, according to you. General Khan tells you that stop whatever you are doing. You defy it, in fact. and go and do something else, to go and point out to the photographer, here are the seals that I found. So if you had taken the photographer to go and take a picture, as the instruction requires you to do, they wouldn't have gotten lost. There was no risk of them getting lost, just because the photographer is taking a picture of them, unless you're saying you were concerned the photographer will take them and put them in your pocket.
No. It could have been either way. Whether I went to fetch the photographer, and again, if I approach the photographer, it was going to be as if I'm still interfering. So the best way was to take this thing to her. That's an honest explanation regarding that thing.
Do you accept that is contrary what you were doing? And if your answer is yes, I'm going to leave this topic. Do you accept, as I suggest you must, that you're removing these seals from the bakkie where they were to want to take them to the photographer is in breach of the protocol about proper handling of exhibits on a crime scene?
I agree.
Thank you. And then lastly, you say that you waited in Alberton, or the driver was not handcuffed, the driver was arrested, was not handcuffed, because he was supposed to drive the truck, the yellow jersey truck,
Correct, Commissioner.
I think, to the police station, to Alberton
To
police
the pound.
station.
No. There's a vehicle pound about a kilometer or two from.
So he would have driven it to the pound.
Yes, Commissioner.
Why did you consider that now that the drugs have been found, that's what Mokhan called you for? Come help me with drugs. They've been retrieved. You say you know it's cocaine. Why would you take the truck to the pound?
As a vehicle that was used in transporting the drugs.
And that's in terms of what? You do that in terms of what? Because the target is the drugs. You have been informed by Jolene, whom you said, I think you said she shouldn't be arrested because you were satisfied with her explanation, that she didn't know what was going on. Why would you impound
the truck?
Yeah.
Simply for the chain of custody of that, like the chain of custody of that of those drugs, because let's say, for example, I come to court and say the drugs were recovered, but the vehicle that brought the drugs to this place is not impounded. It won't make sense. But then, and that's what happens in most cases.
Why would it not make sense? If you, as you had here, you have the registration details of the vehicle, you know who it belongs to, you have the driver, you have told us that there are cameras in that place, so you have all the information about the truck, and you've got statements that say these drugs came in this vehicle, the full details of which you have. Why would it not make sense to go to court? You're not going to present the truck at court, as in someone's going to drive it to the court building for an inspection by the magistrate. That's not going to happen. We know it doesn't happen that way. Why would it not make sense to leave the truck where it is, and you have all this information and statements that tell the court this is the vehicle that transported the drugs?
No, what we do usually in such cases, like I'll give, let's say, for example, you arrest someone in driving in the car with firearms also. You cannot just confiscate the firearms and leave the car, because as the instrument that was used to transport the firearms. So that is like it's an exhibit, a truck itself, because it was used to transport drugs.
So are you saying it's police practice to,
yes,
in all cases, to confiscate the truck?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Okay, we know in Port Shepstone they did not confiscate the container. They found drugs in a container. They did not confiscate the container, which carried the drugs in it. This is where they found them. And these are people who are experienced, unlike you, who are experienced in drug busts. At no point was it even the discussion there to take in the container. And I put this to you to suggest that you are making up an explanation for a decision that is not justifiable by the facts of what you guys were dealing with here. It's just not justifiable, and you're making up an explanation.
No, Commissioner Baloyi, I'm not making up any explanation. In most cases, the vehicles that are transporting those, whatever the exhibit, that vehicle has to be impounded.
Yeah. Well, lastly, you haven't been involved with drug busts like this, you've said, so you don't know. I think you could have said that to me when I said the container was not confiscated. You could say, well, I'm not involved with that kind of work ordinarily, so I wouldn't know that that is not necessary to do.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Warrant Officer, let's just follow up on paragraph 35 of your statement on page 11.
Okay.
So according to you, the initial plan was that the truck driver was going to drive the truck to the SAP 13 pound.
Correct, Commissioner.
And that's the one in Ekurhuleni.
No. There's one about 2 kilometers away from the crime scene, not even 2 kilometers from where the crime scene happened.
So it was going to be the one in Johannesburg?
At Araton, yes.
At Araton. And yes. Who was going to go there with the truck driver?
We had a lot of members on the scene. It could have been any of us, Captain Midupi, myself, or...
So the crime scene was going to be moved to the SAP 13 pound because it's the container that is behind the truck or on top of the truck. So the truck was going to go with the container to the pound?
Yes, that would be after the whole crime scene is done.
And then what was the plan with the van? What was going to happen with the black bakkie? According to you and Mashaba and Makano, what was going to happen with the bakkie?
No, that discussion with the bakkie, we never entertained it. We were not going to entertain it anyway.
So you were not going to go to Alberton to book the exhibits at SAPS 13?
No, Commissioner.
You never had that discussion?
No.
So why did you initially wait for them in Alberton if that discussion never took place? Because remember you said you were supposed to meet them at the police station?
Yes.
When things took a turn, they called you to come to Araton.
Remember, Commissioner, I was guided by Mohana.
Yes.
As I was coming to assist him. If he says he's on his way to Alberton or he's coming to Alberton, I would go and wait for him where he says he's going to.
So the initial plan was that these exhibits were going to be driven to Alberton, to be booked at a police station in Alberton.
Yes, but I was not aware of the magnitude of the exhibit.
Why else would you have waited for them in Alberton? Because these trucks were never in Alberton. Remember the truck moved from Rooikop?
Yes.
And then it went to Araton. And Rooikop is not in Alberton. We've established that it is near Spruitview.
No, it is in Alberton, Commissioner.
No, I know where Alberton is. Rooikop is in Rooikop. For it to get to the police station in Alberton, it just was not going there. It went to Araton.
No, Commissioner, if I may assist, Rooikop, the policing precinct of Rooikop is Alberton.
But the truck moved from there to Araton.
With that, I cannot answer, yes, Commissioner.
And as it was moving to Araton, that's when you were called and you were told to wait in Alberton. At the police station.
No, it was after he opened.
Yes.
Yes, after he opened in Araton that he said he's coming to Alberton.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So their plan was to take the exhibits to Alberton.
Yes.
That's why you had to wait in Alberton.
Yes, Commissioner.
And when there was interference, they then called you to come to the scene.
I don't know, because I'm the one who phoned and to find out how far is it, and that's when he said I should come to Araton.
And while you were at Araton, did you discuss what is to happen with the exhibits that were in the back of the Baki?
No, we didn't, because remember, Commissioner, we were still waiting for Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka to come.
So you never had that discussion at all?
No. What as to where we are going to book, no, we never discussed that.
But what did you think was going to happen to the exhibits
No,
once you got there?
They were definitely going to be booked in Boyson's SAPS.
In Boyson's?
Yes.
Did you call the Boyson's police station to prepare them for that?
No, I couldn't, because the buggy was already on the crime scene, Commissioner. I didn't.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, it's an unrelated question. What are the rules? I imagine there are rules or instructions about carrying of firearm on duty. What is the rule? Maybe let me ask differently.
Yes.
Are you required to have your firearm when you are on duty? Because you are issued with a firearm for duty.
No, it's not compulsory, Commissioner.
It's not compulsory?
Yes.
So they leave it to you to decide?
Yes, I can put it like that. Unless if maybe there's an operation and where we are going to work, and then you have to have your full equipment with you.
So you are going to an operation when Makhane called you?
Yes.
You are going to an operation.
Yes.
Explain how you don't have your firearm if you didn't know what you were going to find there. What kind of scene or operation you're going to walk into. How do you are at home when you get the call. You leave home to go to an operation. Explain why you don't have your firearm with you if it is not that you knew exactly what was going to be happening there.
No, Commissioner, it's two-way. Perhaps had I had my firearm with me, it would have been we were going to rob or so.
No, but answer my question. Don't make up your own question. And
Okay.
then give me an answer. I've asked you a very direct question. Explain why you get a call to come and help at an operation, and you are at home where your firearm is, and you are now on duty. You've been told it's about drugs.
Yes.
It's an operation about a drug bust.
Yes.
You go and you leave, you make the decision to leave your firearm behind. Explain how that makes sense.
No,
and I want to suggest that unless you knew exactly what is happening and what is intended to happen at the scene, if you knew what the scene was about, I would understand why you left your firearm behind. If you didn't know and all you knew was it's you, Makhane, and Mashaba at that point, you're going to be joining these two people, and you've been told it's a drug bust, why does it make sense that you leave your firearm behind?
No, Commissioner, remember before I left, or I phoned Captain Midupi as well, my immediate commander. And the initial, like when I left my house, I was going to meet Makhana at Alberton Police Station, of which is also a safe place. That was my thinking about it. So I never thought it's going to be dragging to other areas. My intention was to go to meet with him at Alberton.
In fact, with that answer, if you're going to meet him at Alberton Police Station, why are you even going? He's going to the police station. He has the exhibits. He has the hall. He doesn't need you at the police station. You actually don't need to be calling everybody. You don't need to call LCRC, the trouble that we've put you through. You don't need to call K9. You don't need to do anything to call anybody, because on this version, you are just going to a police station. So the operation, they've done what they need to do, and now they're meeting you at the police station. Explain that. Unless I don't understand something, just clarify it perhaps.
Yes. Remember, Commissioner, Mashaba and Mokhana are not, as he considered here yesterday, are not well clued with. I might not be as well clued as they are. But the reason would have been to assist them in statement taking, booking of exhibits in the SAP 13 and all that.
But they are taking the stuff to a police station. So
Yes.
why are you calling K9, for example? Why are you calling the many people that you called here to come to come and assist?
And
If you are going to, if the drugs, on your understanding, are being taken to Albertine where there are resources, there are people there. Why are you mobilizing all these resources?
Obviously, the dog unit to confirm the exhibit, and who else? To assist with taking down of statements and booking the exhibits in the SAP 13, I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, no further questions from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. Warrant Officer, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You are excused. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Kitaka.
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, la sala kamuka.